No one hates history, they hate their own history.
I can tell you that's not true.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast, where today we are covering the Da Vinci Code, the Ron Howard film that adapted Dan Brown's book. Hello, I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks, and hey, if you're listening from the Louvre, or the Louvre, yeah,
The Louvre, the Louvre. It's pronounced in a few different ways.
yeah, I'm not Dutch. Anyway, you can find us over on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, however you pronounce it. Letterboxd, where we have our average out numbers of grabs of whatever we've covered and done. TikTok, I think, yeah, TikTok. I don't think I said that one. We got visual side of things over on YouTube, over on Rumble, over on Spotify. But hey, maybe not your cup of tea. Totally cool. Tons of audio platforms out there as well. You can listen to us from. And I think that's the whole spiel at the beginning. So let's run into the intro. And run back out of the intro. There we go.
Yeah. So the Da Vinci Code is a award-winning best-selling book, and this for my trilogy, I guess. Since this is the trilogy I picked the Robert Langdon trilogy is kind of what I'm referring it to as, since there's no real. I don't know if the trilogy has an actual name, so
Probably does, but Robert Langdon makes sense.
I think
yeah,
people would probably just refer to it as the Da Vinci Code trilogy.
it's
That's what I always have.
possible. Yeah,
Because if
I mean,
someone said like the Inferno trilogy, I don't think people are going to pick up that as much.
No, I
yeah,
don't know if they'd pick the last movie to name it anyways, though.
yeah. It might be the referred to as the Da Vinci Code trilogy because uh, I mean, on every book at least it says from the author who brought you the Da Vinci Code because that was the popular one.
Oh, so it's like a Knives Out thing.
Kinda, yeah. It might be something like that.
There I
I
go,
just referred
slipping in Ryan Johnson.
to. Who knows? Maybe he'll make another appearance later on in the trilogy. We'll see.
Oh, didn't know that.
uh, uh, we, yeah. So I guess we'll start with histories. You can give a brief over the trilogy for your history, and then you can obviously focus primarily on history with this movie. And we'll start with you, Springs.
Wait, I have seen the Da Vinci Code movie once, probably over 10 years ago, probably in like 2013, best guess. I don't know. And I remembered the creepy scene, I guess, towards the end of Ian McKellen with the gun. And I remember the scene in his ballroom at his like manor where they're talking about the painting. That's all I really remember of this movie. Uh, I think I classified it the first time I saw it. I'm like, oh, it's just like a fancy version of National Treasure. Is kind of what I took away from it.
Check
And
out our coverage of that.
then, oh, what a sly move by Crimson. Very on par. And then I haven't read the book. I haven't seen the next two movies, so those would be blind to me. And I saw it for the podcast. But this podcast one, which the one we're covering, is the extended version, where back when I saw it originally was the theatrical version. I couldn't tell you what's different.
Hmm. Well, it will be unveiled.
Yeah. How about you next, Crimson?
All right, Da Vinci Code. I've seen the theatrical one probably 5 or 6 times. This would be the seventh, but the first for the extended cut, which was kind of exciting. I didn't know it existed. And I played maybe 10 to 15 minutes of the PlayStation 2 game because then the disc didn't work, and then I never
There's
touched it. So,
I didn't know there was a PlayStation game.
yeah,
All right.
PS2 and I think original Xbox. I don't think it was a 360 one.
Seems to
I
fit
could.
right in that line of direct to game movies.
Yeah, I was. Mid 2000s are full of them. That would be interesting though. Uh, if they made it a puzzle game, that would be interesting.
Probably. Like I said, I didn't get that far. I have seen the trilogy, and I thought I had one more tidbit to throw in the ring. Darn it. Well, I haven't read the books. I guess we'll leave it at that. If I remember what I was going to say, I'll bring it up later.
Fair enough. I guess it leaves me to go next. Um, uh, I have seen the Da Vinci Code a couple times. I've seen Angel Demons a couple times. I have not seen Inferno, and that's one of the reasons I picked this trilogy because it gives me an excuse to see Inferno. In the same way that, as we did Narnia Dawn Treader last week, a first for me on that one, that'll be a first for me in this trilogy too. Um, I have read the books a few times each. Inferno's the only book I've read once. But that's because I only got to reading it, I think, I want to say 4 months ago by the time this video comes out. Um, and I did reread the Da Vinci Code book for this coverage. So feel free to ask questions, I guess, when it comes to stuff like that.
Someone did
Um,
homework.
and I know I did homework, and I can also I might be dropping a rating on just pure adaptation at the end, so I'll do 3 ratings maybe, but uh, we'll see when I get there, I guess. Um, I think that's it for my. Oh yeah, this is my first time for the extended as well. I have seen the theatrical a few times, or a couple times, like I said, but this is definitely my first for the extended, and it was recommended to me to watch the extended, or it has been recommended to me a few times, because it incorporates a lot more of the antagonist stuff, as I'm sure we'll get into. And I guess with that, gentlemen, are you ready for facts, or do you got any other little personal bits of history that's come up?
Ryder, you brought up how Inferno you haven't seen, and then last week you didn't see Voyage of the Dawn Treader. You also it was your first time seeing Angel Has Fallen when we covered that. Is right?
Oh yeah, I
So
guess I
that's
haven't
all
seen a third of
three
each.
ends.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, I guess so.
was it Angels Fallen you didn't even know existed, but you knew of the first two for the Has Fallen trilogy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
And Crimson, you were the opposite. You didn't know London
Yeah.
Has Fallen was a
I didn't know
thing.
the middle
So
movie.
that was odd. And I didn't know. I thought they were all one movie. So weird trilogy. But uh, shoot, I had a train of thought and I lost it.
Well, shoot. Let us know if you grab it, sir. Um, the theatrical run came out for this movie in May 17th, 2006. It's directed by Ron Howard, with written by Akiva Goldsman, and had a budget of 125 million, and it made a box office of 801 million. So it there's a reason why it got a trilogy.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that successful. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I think it domestically, uh, it was ranked fairly low for the United States, but because it's kind of a, as you say, more as Spring said,
European.
it's a yeah, it's a more European focused national treasure without, I think, a lot of the uh,
There's no
it's
Olympus,
a
London
little
Has
bit more.
Fallen, American patriotism. It's
Yeah, it's
more,
a little
Yes.
more. I guess if I were to define it, and I'm not going to use this as an insult to the film, because it's the same way I describe in Interstellar. Even despite my problems with it, it's a little bit more of a pretentious version of National Treasure. I don't mean that as
Just
an
to
insult. Yeah,
trade out the plot idea of American history with Christianity.
Christianity and art history. They, since a lot of this is focused on the theories that have been running through the art world for quite a while. Um, and I'll get into the. I've also brushed up a little bit on my history about what's true within this film and also what's not, so I can also clarify those aspects if anyone wants to ask me those questions too. Um, and yeah, so I'll continue with the facts. And Audrey Tautou, I don't know if I'm saying her name correctly. Audrey Tautou, uh, revealed that during her audition, she asked if she could take a photo of Ron Howard and Tom Hanks to prove that she'd actually met them.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, it's very, very valid.
So a photo
This
with
is
Tom Hanks. So was he already cast at that point?
yes, I think Tom Hanks was cast pretty early on. I did find I don't remember the fact. I did find a fact about that, but I don't remember.
Gotcha.
Uh, yeah, I don't. I don't have any facts about him being cast. I know he was cast early. That's all I know. Um, because the movie was not necessarily predicted to be a hit, or that so that whether or not the other adaptations of Dan Brown books would follow, the movie was obviously made as a standalone, uh, uh, rather than the beginning of the franchise. And so Angel and Demons were, instead of being a prequel, is going to be designed as a sequel to this movie. So they purposely left out any references to Angels and Demons because obviously in the book, Angels and Demons has some weight in this story a little bit because that's already happened to Robert Langdon in a
Yeah, do you
book.
want to say the book order then?
Yeah, the book order is Angels and Demons first, Da Vinci Code, and Inferno. The movie order is Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons, and Inferno. So Angels and Demons and Da Vinci Code have swapped places for the movies.
Does it flow fine, or is Angels Demons a prequel?
No, Angels and Demons was came out first, so it's not a. I think it's no, sorry. The book I think is the came out first, but for the movies, I think it's designed as a sequel.
Yeah, it
Okay,
is.
what I'm getting at is it like the Indiana Jones trilogy? Like Temple of Doom is a prequel that takes place before Raiders, but it's the second film
No.
kind of thing. Okay,
Uh, yeah, they didn't do that. Um, when Serene McKellen or T. Bing is describing the passage in the Gospel of Philip, he's interrupted before he can finish quoting a line about Jesus kissing Mary Magdalene. During an interview, NPR's day-to-day religious historian Ellen Pagels, whose book on Gnostic Gospels was a source for Dan Brown's novel, said the gospel was physically broken at the exact point that Teabing stops talking, so he would be unable to quote it anyway further anyway.
oh,
Oh.
hmm,
I'd imagine a lot of research was done for this film.
Yeah,
I'd hope so.
Dan Brown's wife is a religious and art historian, so he gives him a lot of basis ideas for his novels, and he takes them off and goes off and does some awesome fictional stuff with them.
Was it a love letter to his wife then?
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Um, to protect both the fabric of the building and the works of art it contains, the productions used to the Louvre Museum in Paris was carefully controlled. For instance, no equipment was allowed inside the Louvre during opening hours, so filming obviously took place at dawn of the night, which obviously fits the film anyway. Since the crew was not permitted to shine a light on Mona Lisa, a replica was used in the film instead. No blood or mysterious writings were permitted on the wooden floor of the museum, so these scenes were shot at Pinewood Studios outside London. In the end, 5 replicas of the Mona Lisa were used.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I mean, if they made
Safe
sets anyways, I don't even know why they would need to film on location.
for authenticity.
But they're all like
Yeah,
fake.
not all of them, but they. So all the external shots of the Louvre are real.
Yeah.
Some of the internal shots that don't involve any artwork are also real. So like the stuff where Hanks is walking in past the two pyramids that are inverted against each other. That's all in the Louvre because I've been there. I know what it looks like. Um, and I would say the set that the Mona Lisa is on, where the murder took place, I think that box when filming at night was real, but they moved to Pinewood Studios for close-ups of like the body and stuff like that.
Interesting.
As far as I could tell,
I've never been, so I don't know.
yeah. Um, and then a fun fact for the book, uh, Bishop Aringarosa's surname has two Italian words in it, so Aringa and Rosa, which translates to red herring.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Fascinating.
the bishop is it's obviously foreshadowing the bishop as a suspected antagonist.
That is, I like that.
Yeah. And while it's not mentioned in the movie, Langdon is wearing a vintage Mickey Mouse watch, which is very important to his character, both in the books and the film, as a piece that's always on him. I think it's part of his attire that's always there.
Yeah, definitely
Uh,
not something they focused on at all.
yeah.
No.
The only time where it's clear in the movie is when he's in the having a claustrophobia in the back of the bank truck. You get a very clear shot of it in that scene. But you're right, the film doesn't really focus on it.
Yeah, no, the film focuses on the bullet casing far more.
Yeah.
No, it is more
Um,
important.
it is far more relevant to the film. And like I said, the Mickey Mouse watch, it's important to his character in the book. In the sense, it's just one of his like goofy things that he's always had as a kid because it was a gift from his dad, if I remember that right. Um, so it's not like super relevant to the plot of the story, but it's a nice detail that it's there in the film.
Yeah, to go off of accuracy of adaptation.
Yeah. All right. And then that is all the facts I have, gentlemen. Are you ready for coverage, or do you have facts of your own you would like to throw in?
Well,
What number Tom Hanks movie is this?
ooh, great question. I guess that is kind of something I didn't have as a facts written, but just a questionnaire. Do we want to explain the structure of why this trilogy is the last trilogy we went with?
I, have we ever
Oh,
really
So people can
discussed
take a
how we
good guess,
structure
but
seasons? This one was very
I mean,
intentional,
well,
but
yeah.
yeah,
we
I
wanted to
mean, the
space out
obvious
our
reason
Tom
this
Hanks
trilogy
stuff.
is last is because we wanted to give the audience a break from Tom Hanks.
yes. That was the thing. After a whole season of Tom Hanks, we figured let's not start the next one immediately into three more Tom Hanks films. So
Yeah, give it a breather, and gives Ryder another excuse to wear his outfit for the visual side of things.
that's
This is
true,
also a reason I picked this trilogy. Yes.
but it does give us three more into the filmography of Tom Hanks. So Crimson,
That's a
no, I
lot.
do not know the numbers. I was not prepared for that. I can, however, now that it's brought up, have those for the next two.
Boom.
Fair enough.
Um,
Uh,
the other thing I wanted to bring up, just preface, just in case it occurs or happens, Ryder is currently battling a mild case of bronchitis and is being a real trooper to continue with the pod today and get us through it. So, just in
yes.
case something occurs audio wise, we just want to let you know.
Yeah. Just in case I don't mute myself in time, just for you guys to know. Because yeah, acute form of bronchitis, upper respiratory tract, not fun.
No, I don't believe so. But with that, I think that's all I got before jumping in.
Yeah. All right. Then we are going to do popcorn for this movie because it is a 3 hour movie, uh, thereabouts, and I don't want to necessarily control the flow of discussion as much with this one. Um, I will occasionally check in with you guys to see how you're doing your notes and how you feel where we're going in the podcast and stuff like that. But otherwise, I'm gonna let you off the hook for this one.
Gotcha. I'll try to
Uh,
keep myself linearly to know I'm not missing no points then.
I'll jump right
yeah, uh, yeah, I'm surprised. Um, and I guess with that, we shall start with. Hmm, let's start with Crimson.
in. Okay. I'll start with some surprises I had in this. It's an extended cut. I didn't really know what was going to be added or prolonged, and it did surprise me what got cut from the theatrical. Um, like the whole Silas like backstory of him being locked up in the earthquake and all that stuff. That's not in the normal movie. Um,
Yeah,
him being rescued by the bishop, I think, was. Um, It's been a while since I've seen it. But the whole backstory of him being locked up and stabbing his father or whatever, that whole thing is not in the normal movie. Uh, the
Theatrical.
yeah, the theatrical. The finding the surveillance equipment in like the garage of Lee's estate, that wasn't in the theatrical cut either.
Oh, in the barn?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that wasn't in
which
the
is
theatrical
which is
cut.
really important to Fash, understanding he's not after Robert Langdon anymore.
Yeah, and they didn't have them escaping the Louvre with like holding the painting hostage. Those were the big ones I caught. There was a couple small prolonged scenes like Sophie talking about being called a little puppy or whatever. That wasn't in the theatrical as far as I can remember. But those were the big ones I
Yeah,
noticed of being different.
those are all book scenes. Like those all take place in the book. So the I'm pleased to say the theatrical is much closer. Or sorry, that the extended cut of the film is much closer to the book. Because yeah, Silas's backstory is kind of important considering that's how he dies. He goes out quoting his dad calling him a ghost because he's just kind of accepting it at that point after he shoots the person who saved him.
Yeah, that was
So
kind of a cool connection seeing that, and then kind of paralleling him rescuing the bishop, kind of looking like how he rescued him from the people beating on him, and then he's responsible for presumably killing him. Kind of reflecting
yeah,
that.
he thinks he's killed him at that point. So
Yeah, I mean there was a large
um,
pool of blood on on the ground there.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, uh, yeah. So definitely a lot of added content here to help explain how they escape situations and things like that. Um, one thing. Well, I'll go next if you don't have anything to add, Springs.
Go right ahead.
I'm gonna jump to one of the things just not an extended cut, but that's still in the book. There is actually two cryptexes for in the book. So the the first cryptext or the cryptext they have in the movie is the second cryptext. So that cryptext is supposed to be within inside of another one. So it's like a cryptext within a cryptext, a Russian doll sort of thing. So they miss one of the puzzles, and one of the things that's missing from that is Sophie is the one that solves that first puzzle.
Mm, that is pretty
Well,
different.
technically, there are two in the
Yeah,
movie.
yeah, her wood childhood one.
Yeah, which she, I guess, solves.
Yeah. Is the
It's not a one-to-one to the book, of what you're saying, writer, but
Yeah.
box part of the book, or is that kind of their replacement to the
No, the box
second
is
one?
also part of the book, yeah.
Okay.
So they still pop out the thing at the top of the box, and Robert Langdon figures out, like, what it says and how it's a mirror script. In the book, it's also Sophie who figures out that it's a mirror script because her dad taught her to read it.
oh, so
I'm
they
sorry,
just
her
gave more
grandfather,
work to do in the
Jackson, yeah.
movie
Yeah, I guess so.
because without that, he'd be a very, I think, dull character.
Uh, I there's so that's the thing. So they shift some of Robert's what he does and around in the film. So he's still very useful to the solving the puzzles and stuff like that. But for I guess that what you're describing, right? The first cryptexts actually all three of them have a specific part. Sophie can ultimately read it. Teabing provides like a a selection of ideas to go with it, and then Robert finds the right one. That's kind of how the first cryptex is solved.
Okay. Hmm.
So it's more of a team effort in the books to solve the puzzles, which I do think the book still has over this movie in terms of what I prefer. Um, but I do think for the film adaptation, I do think they still managed to balance everybody making their own contribution.
I also think ultimately pacing wise, I think it was good to do the one. It would be even longer if they had the second one.
Yeah, I mean, it would have dragged out the plane sequence for another 20 minutes, the flight. Well, 20 minutes is probably a stretch, but like another 10 minutes we would have spent on the plane.
Yeah, for how much time Sophie didn't know the answer to the one in the film to begin with. Having two of them would have just been mis I guess falling under misunderstanding of the character, unless there was more to a clue to an answer.
Yeah, I should have written it down. I don't remember the oh yeah, it's a word of wisdom. It's the first cryptex is about a word of wisdom, and it's a Greek word, and it's the word is Sophie.
Oh, oh,
So yeah, it's Jacksonniere's kind of a
Well, too
it's a
bad
good
that's
it
not a five-letter word.
mhm.
it well it is. It's well it's
Oh, with the
Sophia.
F.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They use Sophia. So Sofia is the Greek word for wisdom, I believe in the book that they use. So I mean, broadly speaking, I think the pacing of the movie, I don't really have any issues with the fact that they changed a few things around because I still think everybody contributes enough, which is um
Oh.
yeah.
Sorry, that just made me come up with a question then that I didn't even think of asking.
All right.
Did well, gosh, French name. Sauvignier, the grandfather,
Jacksonniere. Yeah. You can call him
he
Jacques or
essentially
Sonnier, yeah.
kidnapped Sophie.
Adopts
Was
her.
her name Sophie before it? Or by what you just shared, writer, he named her that because of it?
Her name was Sophie before, and she was Jacques Sonnier wasn't a nobody in her family, as I recall, but they like he was like a distant uncle to her at a certain point. And then obviously her memories before the accident are quite hazy.
Oh, so he's actually related.
I don't know if he's related, but I know he's a family friend. I don't the book is in the book, I think it makes a point of uh Jacques was still the one who raised her ultimately. Um but I don't think it's a blood relation either. I think it's a family friend still in the book.
It's like the uncle in Spy
Okay,
Kids.
but
I'm not your uncle.
Yeah.
yes, but that actually goes with the relationship between the parents still being alive and the uncle. This one, the parents are dead, so we don't it doesn't really come
Well,
across or like a flashback.
they had to have been under the protection of the Priory because either the mom or the dad were heirs to the bloodline, so that they were being watched by the Priory anyhow. And I wouldn't be surprised if they had direct interactions with the Priory either. So we know they are at least connected Priory. We don't know if it's directly, like they talked, or if they just watched them. But they have to be
I don't
bloodline.
know. Their bloodline, yes, but I don't know how much interaction with the Priory they have because of Silas's backstory shots of killing off all the descendants. They're not being
Those aren't
protected.
descendants. Those are the Priory Masters, the Seneschal. So they're
Oh,
not
those were
those
the
aren't those.
masters.
Yeah,
Oh,
those aren't other descendants. Those are the other Priory
The
members,
four
the Grandmaster
guardians.
and the
Yeah.
what
the
the
three
word.
Seneschal.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's not confirmed in the movie. I don't know if it's in the books, if it was just a car accident or an assassination attempt.
I
It's
figure assassination.
yeah, it's left up to interpretation in the book too. So you're left. Everyone kind of feels like it was an assassination attempt, but no one's 100% sure. So you're left with it up to being up interpretation in the book as well, I believe.
I think this is more of an assassination attempt in this movie than killing the first lady in Olympus Has Fallen.
Yeah, I mean that one was just a branch hitting the car.
But what if a sniper shot the branch?
It's true. What if there was a guy up in the tree sawing it and then dropping it or something?
We don't know.
I don't know.
Could have been explained in the third movie, but they
It's
didn't.
dark. It's a dark scene. Speaking of dark, this whole movie is visually very dark.
Oh, Da Vinci? Yeah.
I was going
No,
through
I agree.
screenshots and it was just so dark. Everything was dark.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, since a large portion of the film takes place at night, it makes sense, but it doesn't really brighten up until they're on the plane on the way to London.
Yeah, but it's multiple nights.
That's in London.
Uh,
They're just kind of skipping day parts or making day scenes very short to get to nights because of traversal.
I mean,
yeah.
world travel too, so different time zone stuff.
Yeah.
All right, Sprinks.
Cool.
Uh,
I got a big overacting question that I want to ask right at the beginning here, if I can.
Hell yeah, go right ahead.
Cool. What is the Da Vinci Code? What is it?
I'm I'm glad you asked.
The Da Vinci
It's
Codex.
the painting. It's
It's a
it's the
painting.
no. So the Da Vinci Code, right, is the messages that that were being used with Leonardo da Vinci's paintings. So like it's generally a reference to like the message that Jacques Sonnier left with the Mona Lisa. Again, when the painting comes back of the Last Supper. So it's all about those hints that either Jacques Sonnier drew to Da Vinci or Da Vinci laying the groundwork in his artwork for what the history theory is.
Da Vinci leaving the clues for
Yeah.
the bloodline.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm not fully sold on it being the most appropriate title.
Yeah, I to be clear with you,
I feel like Isaac
I
Newton has more explanation to things
yeah,
than Da Vinci
this
does.
for this movie, it absolutely should have been an Isaac Newton reference, I think the title. Um, and to to go with what you're saying, Springs, having read all the books, I think Inferno is the only one that has a title that makes sense.
Oh, awesome. They go to hell. Cool.
Well,
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Um, because yeah, that's my take on the titling. I have some issues with Dan Brown's writing, which I'll get to as we get a little bit further into the podcast, as he writes his book, his books generally, and
But be careful.
yeah, I would say the titles also as well. They could be a little bit more pointed, at least in the films. I
Okay.
don't know what I would.
Did Dan Brown work on the screenplay?
I didn't see that he did. I imagine he was brought in as a consultant. Let me check.
Okay. Because I'm just want to be careful with you that groundwork of working off of the book and the film to not add in book depictions as that would be a separate coverage.
Yeah, I mean, I can. I know. I'm mostly going to bring them in as comparisons to what I think the movie did better
Okay.
or worse. Like I'm
Yes.
not gonna
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go in depth and like yeah, and Robert and and Dan Brown wrote this scene this way to get across this point. I'm not gonna do that level of stuff. I'm gonna keep it broad.
Okay. I just want to double check to make sure.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Don't
yes,
worry, I'm not reviewing a book.
okay, the Da Vinci Code just kind of being not exactly it's clues. The Da Vinci clues. Like the code, it's not exactly I don't know. I think the title's a little confusing.
I'm ultimately okay with it. I think there's enough dots to create the line. It's not the most obvious title in the world, though. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I'm also pretty mid on the title as well. Like I said, the only title that I felt like I really loved in the trilogy with the books is probably Inferno, and I imagine it's going to be the same for the movies. We'll see when we get there, though.
Uh, how many books are there? Isn't there like 4 or 5 of them?
For Robert Langdon, I believe there's three. Let me double check.
I thought there was
Oh, so there's more books altogether in the universe, but the Robert Langdon's own story is only three.
possibly. Yeah, I don't recall. Obviously, I'm not the biggest book guy. I'm a movie guy. I'm a TV show guy.
You're
Yeah.
a
Okay.
TV show
Yeah.
guy.
There
Yep.
are. If I'm not 100%. No, I know. Okay, never mind. I know for a fact there's four Robert Langdon books. Um, funny enough, one of those is was turned into a mini series show where obviously they recast who Robert Langdon is and a bunch of other people. But there's a mini series out for that book,
Hmm.
and the other ones I don't. I know there's more Dan Brown books, but not all of them are Robert Langdon. So I know for sure there's four Robert Langdon books.
Okay. More books than movies. I guess Inferno probably didn't do very well if they didn't keep it going.
Well, if I remember correctly, what was it? Angels and Demons came out 2009, and Inferno was 2016.
Yeah,
So a 7-year difference.
it's a big one.
Yeah. Inferno the book though didn't come out until I think 2012 or something like that. When did come out?
It's a connections.
For free? Sorry.
Education
Yeah,
connection.
yeah. The Dan Brown book for Inferno didn't come out until 2013, so that's why the movie was delayed a little bit longer.
Because the book wasn't done.
Gotcha.
So
All right.
this takes place
Yeah,
in
Crimson, the origin
like
somewhere.
2006-ish, right? The events of the film.
Yes.
And I figured, why is there no security at the Louvre? Like, where's the security cameras? Why is it so easy just to frame Langdon? We get the alarms triggering when the paintings are disturbed and the gates closing. But where's the security cameras that would automatically absolve him? They don't say,
Did you not?
oh, did I miss something?
There's a scene that. Yeah, there's a scene that talks about that.
Oh, I guess I missed that. What scene was it?
Yeah, it's when it is customary in museums, as Robert points out. It's like, are those cameras real? They walks in and Fash goes, of course not.
Oh, I
Because
thought he
yeah,
said
because
I thought it was the paintings that weren't real, not the cameras. Yeah, all
yeah,
right,
he's referring to
misheard that.
security cameras.
Well, then that's just stupid. But at least it covers that
I
base.
yeah,
It's
I don't know if that's true. I should look
50-50.
it up. Yeah.
It's 50-50 on stupidity because it puts the thought onto people that there's eyes everywhere, but fake cameras are like that. That's why a lot of banks kind of have that with the like cameras all around, like 14 cameras in a room, but only maybe 5 of them are active. So it just looks like every angle is being covered to dismiss that of thievery. But I'm still actually I'm more 51-49 leaning that there should have still been footage of the loo of a security camera somewhere to try to pick up. Maybe like the footage was they couldn't see because of how dark it was and lights were off, or they couldn't make out who was there, or they didn't know Silas, or they saw a shadow and they think it's Robert, or something like that. Or just shows Silas destroying the like evidence or something along that line.
Yeah. So in with how the movie describes it, I think the fix is that like in specific areas the cameras wouldn't work, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Silas in his monk outfit wouldn't be caught on camera, and the police could just assume it's Robert Langdon because there's a blood message directly pointing the police at Robert Langdon anyway. So he's already going to be implicated. So they could have Silas in disguise most of the time up until obviously the quote unquote masters gallery. There had the cameras wouldn't be real there necessarily, and I think the rest of it can play out as depicted. But an extra line or dialogue would have helped to tweak this, I think, to make it better.
Certainly could be better.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
just a
damage
detail
relative
that's missing.
rankings.
I don't know.
I
And
think.
and they're not
Uh,
the most competent police either. And
mm,
they didn't even find the
I mean,
blood
I
at the
definitely.
paintings because you don't have like the number things that you put next in crime scenes for evidence and all that. There's nothing around the blood at the paintings.
Yeah, I mean, to be
Well,
fair, they would be
mm,
limited in what they could do,
They
and Fash is obviously really, really dead set on Robert Langdon for a lot of it. So you have some leeway there, but
they had enough time to
yeah,
grab Langdon to get there, so they had plenty of time to
I
investigate the
definitely have
area.
damage ladder on this movie, but for this specific part, I think I'm gonna put it as a nick because there's ways they can go about it. It should be surveillanced somehow for security measures at the Louvre, but how they go about it, if it's like, as you said, just the cloak of Silas and they think that's Robert because they don't actually get like facial ID on him or something, then that's fine, but it would still change the story or structure the story better. But I don't have it above a nick because what they still do is the letter or the last line still has Robert's name to get him involved.
yeah, it would still be directly pointing at Robert. Yeah. Um, I am also going to put it at a Nick as well.
Yeah, and I can totally believe that the windows of the Louvre can open because we kind of see that in history now.
That's true.
They never found that jewelry, did they? The
Oh, that
stolen a
jewelry
couple
is
months ago.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Jewelry is much harder to recover than actual paintings and artifacts because jewelries can just end up in the hands of a vendor and they can melt it down and smelt it into whatever they want
Well, that
if that's what they choose to do.
yeah, I was like that jewelry is more valuable as a historical item and not just
You can
the
reshape
materials.
stuff like
Yeah,
that.
you
You
can,
can't reshape a painting.
yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm in line with you
Uh,
guys. I'm Nick territory.
Alrighty. Crimson.
Okay. Let's talk about, mm, I guess, Lee as a character, and I'll
Sarli Teabing.
yes, I just referred to him as Lee in my notes. And his introduction, his like 20-minute introduction. It's one of the big things that have always stuck with me with this movie is how long the exposition in that house is. It's it literally is 20 minutes. I did write down the times of when it started and ended.
Ooh,
Um,
ooh, Crimson, you're touching on my objective scale.
um, Now we can debate whether or not it's well paced exposition, but one thing that's undeniable, it's a long exposition. Um, and I mean, there's a lot of information to be relayed. There's thousands of years of history and theories
Uh,
and
they have to be gestated
prophecies.
for the audience to understand in under 20 minutes. It is a lot.
Yes, and there was good to be had out of it. I liked Robert and Lee bouncing off each other. Like Lee's telling the story, and then Robert's like, "Well, hold on, that's not fact. That's just theory, or you're twisting the facts to your will to support your side." So there's more than just exposition. There's character interactions through it, but it is heavy.
Also, foreshadowing.
Yeah, yeah,
They're
foreshadowing.
quote unquote friends, but their introduction to the audience of them is being on opposite sides against each other.
Hmm. Well, Spring, since that
Yeah.
touched something with you, you want to add on to it?
Uh, yeah. I mean, it's probably more appropriate for me to save it at the end. But this movie does feel like a lot of um, 20-minute exposition, chat, 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 and then a confusion. Oh, we got something. Action, like mysteries, thriller, who for 7 minutes, and then what are we gonna do next? I know something, and then another 20-minute talk, 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 and then ooh, something's going on, gunshot, ooh, and then 20 minutes talk, talk, talk. It to me that was the pacing of this movie.
It's not entirely inaccurate.
Yeah, I won't say that's inaccurate. It's definitely going from one thing to the next. Talk, 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 talk. One thing to the next.
Yeah, and then there's the ending. The ending breaks that structure I just said, but
Yeah. No, yeah, no, that's a fair. Yeah, like I said, the ending definitely breaks the structure. Um, that kind of touches in on some of my issues with Dan Brown's writing. Honestly, I won't go into it, but it's that stuff is very accurate to Dan Brown's books.
well, it's a book.
Yeah.
It makes sense that it's a lot of writing.
And for the pacing of the film, like I said, it's a good adaptation in that sense. But I agree with you. The pacing for this is very, very rigid in the sense that um I don't want to describe this. I feel like I'm going to describe this wrong, but it's like they have a set conversation for 20 minutes about something specific or exposition, and then they go to their next clue. So it feels like they're going through like a just different levels of a puzzle a lot of the time, which to a degree that's what the story is premised around. But yeah, I wouldn't say your assessment is inaccurate, Crimson Springs.
Yeah. So, but that's just the craft of the film.
Yeah. Uh, I
But I guess that is a lot of sorry, that is a lot of expedition, so a lot of telling, not showing. A small detail very early on that I did like that was a show and not a tell was when uh, um I forget the guy's name, not French, but the other guy
Vash,
working for French. Vash, the
Collet,
other guy working for
Collet.
him. Collet. Um, goes up to Robert Langdon at his book signings and says, "Hey, we need your help for this situation. Can you come with us?" And Robert says, "I'll be back," to his crowd, and stands up, and Colleen grabs his jacket off the back of the
Yeah,
chair and takes it with him. So it indicates, no, you're going to come with us for a while. You're not going to come right back. So I did like that a lot for a show.
it's a good setup.
Core fans.
Um, yeah,
I suppose so, yeah.
yeah. I do think the history has to be told. I think the film does its the best that it can with like intercutting lots of flashbacks and stuff like that. It does the flashbacks definitely oversaturate the film, but I do recognize that is the film's attempt to try and do what you want in the sense of trying to show you more so than just tell you.
I think that
True.
is the
Um,
intention behind that.
But
yeah.
I just compare it to National Treasure, of how National Treasure explains historical events.
I mean, National Treasures is a lot shorter
But
of
it
exposition
is, but I
scenes.
think yes, but I think National Treasure, in its exposition of explaining the connection to the historical events, is going in line with the clues they have and what they're using, the tools. This one in Da Vinci Code is a lot of talking about something they don't have yet or are trying to find. Like in National Treasure, you don't have 20 minutes of them talking about Charlotte and trying to find the pipe. But once they have the pipe, then they can use the pipe in exposition talking later on as something the audience is already familiar with.
So when they have the cryptext, then I imagine you enjoyed that more since most of the conversations then revolved around the cryptext specifically,
Yes, when they have
or
the
in a means to
cryptics and
solve
then
it.
they go under the rose and they think the rose is just a box and he pops it out to get the mirrored image, like going on with that while explaining the reason behind the connection. That fit far more to me because it's actually showing the detective work of them trying to solve the mystery versus just talking about the past. But
Huh.
they're also explaining in that scene about the connections.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of what I assumed you were talking about.
I feel like they did
Just
that
for
with the
me,
key because it was in the car ride and then talking about the fleur de lis, and then that evolved into the Priory and all that stuff.
Yes, but the key to me is just like, oh, this isn't that code, this is a different code for it, and then it just scans in, and that's all we have of the key. It doesn't come back. It's like, oh, you actually twist in, there's something else in it. The key is gone until
Yeah,
like
it's
the
not the
very end of the
Meerschaum
movie where it's
pipe.
just mentioned as the symbol. Yeah.
yeah. I will say this: Dan Brown's books and the movies, as far as I remember, at least for Angels and Demons, as far as I understand, it's definitely from one MacGuffin to the next. Once you're done with a MacGuffin, you don't really come back to.
Yeah. I'm like, I've been cool if the key was involved in the box for the cryptics or something like that.
Well, maybe you could use it to
Hmm.
poke the hole. They don't do that, but maybe.
They don't. Anything could have poked the hole. But if there's like, if you unscrew the key and there's another like key inside, like different smaller shape to fit something else. I don't know.
It'd be interesting if that's what they did for the clue for the quote unquote for a second cryptext that would be added to the
Yeah.
film. Because like I said, there's needs to be
Just
in the
more
book. There's more
use.
than one. Yeah.
Because it feels like the key has the key itself, the shape of the key, and the code on the key. Yet all of that is just to get into a safety deposit.
I see. You want more use out of the MacGuffins that's taking you from one puzzle piece to the next. Is kind of
I
what
want
I'm
them to
getting from
pick, yeah,
this.
them pick, especially with what I'm getting at is the introduction of Suve, or not Suve, uh, Sunray. I can't
Jacques
pronounce his
Sonnier.
Just say the
Jack.
titles
Yeah,
or something. That's what I'm
the
gonna be doing.
granddad,
Yeah. Yeah.
father,
Yeah.
fine,
Curator of the
grandfather.
museum. Yeah.
Grandmaster, whatever.
Yeah, grandmaster. His death, he's bleeding out after being shot by Silas. I don't, we don't exactly see how long it takes for him to bleed out and die, but all his thought into what he leaves is so smart, of the Fibonacci sequence being scrambled to leave a code to get them to where they need to go, and the PS adding so Sophie's involvement in not in Robert's involvement without giving away Sophie to whoever else could see them. It's so clever and smart in his death that he's dying, that I feel like when it comes to the key, should have more significance in connection to overarching things as the Grand Master than just, hey, it just It's a key card. It just gets you in somewhere.
Well, it is stated that it's older than he is. Obviously, the modern mechanisms of that key is updated, but that key has been tied to that bank for however long the bank's been around.
Yeah, one of the oldest deposit boxes they have in that bank. Yeah, but
One of the,
I
I mean,
also
the
kind
bank's
of
been
I don't know
around
if it's
since
like a
banking started, is what they said. So it's old.
yes,
It's not really.
yes, but I also don't know if the movie's also doing like a red herring situation where it's like the key, they're thinking more into the key of connections it could be, or also the audience to build off of it, and it's not. It's like this is just the updated form of since it's been at the bank for all this time, and that's it. Because
Essentially.
it does feel a slight cop out at the end when they look at the symbol on the ground and they go, "Oh, it's the floor." It's like, okay, but they don't need the key to open that.
No. And some continuity error with that is there's like a fresh rose down there, but that fleur de lis was covered in dust and hasn't been touched in a long time.
Maybe there's another entrance.
Possibly. Doubt it.
Crimson. Maybe there's stairs.
Gasp.
My old enemy.
Uh, Something that bugs me about the ending to this and the metric of that there's a bunch of Priory people is I feel like it undercuts the movie entirely. It's like there's only
Is that
four.
grandmother of yeah, is that grandmother a fake grandma?
See, I was going to be a question I had written down. Is that like Grandmaster Grandma or is that Sophie's grandma? Like
I
That's
don't
her
think it's
real.
Sophie's actual related. That's her real
In
grandma?
Yeah,
okay,
Oh,
then I
that's
guess it's
the
the
really
the the,
father's
the, the
side
fam
is the
the family is separated out because of the accident or assassination that happened. So one of the grandmother, as you say, she gave Sophie up to Jacques Saunier in order to better protect her because the Priory was. If it was, see, that goes into more of your assassination leaning for the theory, Sprinks, because Sophie's, as the grandma says in the movie, I gave you up once, Sophie. So it's implied that she gave Sophie up to Jacques Saunier.
so
Mm.
if she was on the parent that wasn't on the bloodline then because she'd be assassinated or something.
Yes,
Yeah, she'd
potentially.
still have the blood in her.
Yeah.
So
I will say another thing that's a change from the book to the movie. The teller guy who's working at that final church, who's like, yeah,
yeah.
we're closing in a few minutes. He's like, yeah, we'll be done. And Robert donates something, and he goes down to listen to them, and then he goes up and calls the Priory in.
Mm-hmm.
That guy in the book is actually Sophie's brother.
The dead one.
So
Oh,
her brother doesn't. Yeah, her brother doesn't die in the
So
accident.
he's also a descendant then,
Yes.
well, I'm
unless the
glad they don't tell
father,
you that's his brother.
unless the father was the
Yeah.
bloodline and the mother slept around or had a different partner before that dad or something.
Yeah. No. Well, I
In the book,
mean, in the book,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
in the
only
book.
Sophie and
Yeah.
her parents. And one thing, and actually, since it's more subtle in this, I'll say that when the accident happens, you don't see Sophie's brother in the car with her.
wait, so
So
when you say it's just Sophie and her parents, it's just Sophie in the car with her parents during the accident?
yes,
In the book?
I
Okay.
think. Then yeah, in the book. So her brother doesn't die in the book at all. Like there's no, she doesn't lose anybody in the book. I think the film doesn't do much anything with it because it's not super relevant to the story. But I think it's opaque enough that the story you could buy that that's her brother in this story because it's revealed to him in the book too, I believe.
I
But
prefer dead brother, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what I'm
I'm
treating it
going with
as.
it's not her brother. Yeah.
yeah, for the movie purposes, I agree. I think if they wanted to do that, they would need to lay some fucking groundwork for it.
Oh, yeah.
The only hints in favor of that in the film is that I don't believe her brother's again in the accident with her. I don't see her in the car when they crash, but I could be remembering that wrong.
Hmm.
So there is that one thing. So it's there for book readers, but it's not relevant necessarily to the story of the film. So for the
Okay.
sake of the film, it doesn't really matter whether if it's Sophie's brother or not. given that the film doesn't place any emphasis on it.
So I guess the initial point I was making with the Priory having like a whole clan, big group, to me just undercuts. I don't know what the point of the four guardians are. They're guarding the secret of where that place is, because only the Grandmaster knew where the sarcophagus was. The other three didn't. So what do those three know that the rest of the group doesn't know? Because they all know this place. This is like where all the clues led to. So I don't know
It's
what
also
distinguishes them.
what a hit for me that I don't like. It's a public place. They didn't have to go or need any special equipment or anything to get in here. They
Oh,
just walked in, moved a rug, got there.
well, I mean, there. I guess the most is there's a guard, there's someone there, and because
Well,
it's so
so hey,
unassuming,
sorry.
it's not heavily guarded. It kind of makes it less like, hey, why is this so heavily
True, but it's
guarded?
just, just a room full of Da Vinci paintings.
Well, it was blocked
Like
off.
anyone
There's
could walk down there.
there's the rug, and then there's also the funny thing of like this area is closed off, that they just duck under the chain.
Yeah. I mean, it also kind of seems out of the way of civilization of it, but they all get there pretty quick.
Yeah, I the Priory teleport there. I don't have any other. I don't really have any excuses for that.
So you think they're doing the thing where it's like, oh, where's the best place to hide it? Right under someone's nose, like the most public, open, totally fine, secluded area.
Well, so
Pretty
there's two things the
much.
Priory protects. The Priory protects the bloodline, and the Priory protects the sarcophagus and all the documents of the Grail. So they're all separated right now. The sarcophagus is beneath the Louvre, as we see in the film at the very end. The bloodline itself, which is Sophie, since she's the heir, and then the Grail documents that they discover in the hold of the church that they go to.
Okay, well then I'll go with the hold was not very protected.
Yeah, I yeah I don't know what they would do to remain conspicuous, but I think they could do better than a rug.
I'd say make it the key. Robert even goes, "Oh, it's the floor of the symbol." Yet he just like a hatch just picks it up and the floor moves. If they actually needed that key, which they had because it was the grandfather's to use, then it's actually more protected.
Yeah, I think that would be a good fix
And the
for the movie.
grandmaster would have that.
It's not
Hmm.
a very secure
I
room either because it's lit by window light.
Yeah,
So there's got to be
I
a
would.
window down there.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, Springs. I think they could have definitely brought the key back. It would have been more relevant.
Oh, yeah, writer, yes. Crimson, there was a window light down there, right? You just said?
That's the only way I can assume why it's so bright. It's not all from that trap
Yeah,
door.
Okay. That's how
yeah,
they change out the rose.
So they go in through the windows.
Yeah, they go through the window.
You know, it's possible.
kind of funny.
You're looking for an answer, there's an answer for you.
Yeah, exposing all these ancient documents to direct sunlight. Great idea.
Not a
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not great. It's definitely
Now,
just for the. It's definitely for the theme of the scene, but
yeah, but the
it's not great.
sarcophagus at the Louvre having a light, don't know where that light's coming from.
I don't know how he built that room under the Louvre in secret.
A long time ago.
That's assuming he built it. He
He's
is
the
the
only one that
curator
knows
of the
about it.
museum. So yeah,
He's the only one that knows about it. There shouldn't be records of it. Not much of a secret if a bunch of like construction workers know about it.
like I said, the Priory could have built it, but I have no idea. Like I said, the Priory's been around for thousands of years. I don't have much of an issue with them
Yeah.
designing something for the Louvre during the Louvre's original construction.
That's shown in movies and stuff all the time where parts of the blueprints are destroyed or gotten rid of so a secret room can exist. They all think that it's just a solid wall.
What I'll say this is uh, I one little detail I did like about at least that scene outside of I don't know where the light's coming from is that the rose that's by Mary Magdalene's sarcophagus is actually dying because Jackson Year would be the one that goes in and replaces it normally.
And now no one's going to swap it out. Robert's the only one that
Yeah.
knows. and we don't know if he told them
Unless
about it.
Unless Robert decides to tell the Priory, yeah.
Well, Robert thinks he knows. Go with
I
that.
mean, he's got all the pieces, but he never lays eyes on it, so I
True,
suppose.
but yeah, he
That's true.
doesn't
He
know. He
just
didn't enter the
guesses.
room and see it.
That's true. He just makes a very, very highly educated guess and just happens to be right due to the filmography we get.
Yeah. What was it? An educated wish?
Educated
That's the line.
wish. From
Deadpool and Wolverine.
yes, that is it.
Ryder, I have a question
Uh,
for you about a fact. I don't know if you found or not.
all right.
Do they speak more English in this movie or more like French and Italian in this movie? What
Yeah,
language
I
is
don't
said
have
the
a fact for
most?
that.
I feel like
Okay.
English.
It's English, but they definitely throw in other languages as needed and as far as their relevance.
Lots of reading, lots of subtitles.
Yeah, lots of subtitles. Yeah. Which I do merit the film's credit for that. That it's not one of those movies that is just like, oh, we're speaking English so the audience can understand us the whole time. It's like this is actually like depiction of these are the people, this is the language they would speak.
Yeah, like Fash is primarily speaking French when he's with his French police, and then obviously speaks English to Robert Langdon.
Yes. So I like that.
It is a nice touch, and just as I like the Silas is usually speaking in a Italian, but he does break into English for some lines. Kind of a fun fact. I completely forgot that Paul Bettany played Silas.
How could you forget?
Well, Crimson, you say that because you're not a fan of Paul Bettany.
I am not. Why does he have to show his
My
rear in everything
surprise,
he's in?
that's exactly what I wrote down in my notes.
I
I
haven't
said
seen
Paul Bettany has
Wimbledon.
no problem
Does he
showing
get
his
it?
ass on screen.
Knight's Tale,
In what?
this kind of
Night Tale.
vision. You kind of get it like a side
Yeah,
profile
kind
when he
in Age of
emerges.
Ultron.
Yeah. Uh, what's up with him? Is that like a contract thing? Like he has to do that in every movie he's in?
I don't know. Maybe
Well,
he's
it's
just
not
comfortable with
America.
it.
It's not America's ass, but it is.
No. Does he show his butt in Inkheart?
Ooh, I don't think so. You've seen that more than I
I
have.
don't think he shows his butt in. I can't remember if there's like a love scene with his wife or something where they're in bed.
Probably not. It's a kid's movie.
Here,
I
it's
don't
at
know.
least justified with Silas's specific division of faith.
You know what?
Um,
I can use the internet.
What are you
I
looking up?
suppose you could.
How many films does Paul Bettany show his ass?
Wow. Gutsy
Very
move.
valid. Make sure
Why?
safe
I've
search
seen
is
his
turned
ass on
off.
screen multiple times now, so
One thing that I think changes in the film to theatrical is I remember in the theatrical, Robert Langdon specifically points out Fash's Opus Dei badge on his jacket, which is relevant later on in a line of dialogue. And I don't like that it's removed here in the extended version, actually.
What do you mean?
Um, because when they conclude that Opus Dei, the Opus Dei sect is where Silas is from, Robert Langdon's like, "Oh yeah, the detective who brought me in, who's chasing at the policeman who's chasing after us, Fash has that a badge on his jacket." It makes less sense here in the extended version of the film because, uh, again, the film doesn't really draw attention to it. But I would say in the theatrical, Robert Langdon directly points it out to Fash. Another
Uh,
change that was made between theatrical and extended that I think the extended does a little bit worse on.
I thought it was in here. Unless
Am
I'm
I?
combining my memories. Sprinks, I guess you're the decider. Is it in this? I thought it was.
are you gonna have to run it by me one more time? I was looking up the answer to Paul Bettany's butt.
If Robert Langdon
In
brings up the pin that the captain,
Fash, detective. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yes, he does.
He brings it up in dialogue, but he doesn't point it out
No,
in the
he doesn't point
elevator.
out, but he points it out that it's the symbol of the Opus Dei that he's wearing later on
Huh,
in the
maybe
movie.
I maybe oh, yeah, maybe I missed it because he points it out in earlier in the theatrical, I think, or references it. Maybe I'm dumb.
Um, and for the answer on the butt, I can't find an actual number. All I found is on a chat site, moviechat.org. Someone posted 20 years ago about them boycotting Paul Bettany films because they're done of seeing his butt.
Well,
That's kind of
I
funny.
I can go for that. Uh, Something I wish we had more of with the banker guy is, and maybe I missed it, him being connected to Opus Dei. I don't know why he cared about this one lockbox. He said he waited 20 years. He doesn't know what it was. He'd be outside the room if whoever went in and looked at it. So I don't know why he actually cares about this. If he was Opus Dei, yeah, that would fix everything. Like he was a plant there waiting for one of the
Yeah.
Priory to
So
retrieve it.
yeah. So this is also a book thing, and this is something I don't think they adapted well for the film. Um, the reason he turns on them is because he realizes Robert's at fault for not just one death but three. So like it's a series of murders. So the book treats it like an escalation that he wasn't aware of. Because Jacques Saunier was uh his customer, more or less, or that particular deposit box. Um, but yeah, in the book, it's because he realized that it's a series of killings that quote unquote Robert Langdon went on, and that's kind of what makes him turn. Um, and I do think that's much weaker in this because that doesn't get the point across at all. He's just it's better to assume he's Opus Dei, honestly.
I think that would just fix the scene because all he says is, "I waited 20 years for it, and just for a couple on a killing spree to take it." It sounds like he's just jealous about them getting it before him or something. Uh, so I don't think that tracks in this the what the
Yeah,
book wanted
I,
and
I,
what this was.
yeah, I agree. I think the film is still book accurate, but the problem is with this is the film is not inside these characters' heads because we get a couple POV chapters for the bank guy. So the actions are still the same here in the film, but we miss all the context of the character because the film didn't adapt that. So I would agree it is worse here, I think.
Any thoughts on, I guess, the bank guy Sprinks?
I haven't, I haven't read the book, so I
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
what
Well,
I
the
said
bank guy in the
here
movie.
is his motivation doesn't make sense. Is if he was Opus Dei, it would make sense, but it's not confirmed that he is. So, what are your thoughts on him?
I I think he is Opus Dei, but his mental state is not matched to the bishops of what we see. Yeah, the bishop is not exactly how no, he is using Fash, but I think Fash had ideal look on it and the bishop is doing it different. So that's where it's like differs because he's not doing the same in tandem, which brings up the end where he goes like help me and he goes you use me and doesn't help. So I think they're both for the same cause, but one is more changed, so they're not the same.
Is that what you want, or what's actually in the movie? Because I don't really see any evidence of him
That's why
being
I'm going
Opus
off of the
Dei.
movie because he has the pin of Opus Dei, and Robert points out that he was wearing it, and then
No, no, no. We're not
No,
Fash
talking
the
has the
about
phone
banker,
Fash.
call.
the banker guy.
Oh,
We're not talking about Fash. We're talking about the banker. The guy who drives them in the
oh,
truck.
Yeah, the captain, 100% Opus Dei. That's confirmed flat out. That's not
Yeah.
what we're talking about. We're talking about the banker guy.
gotcha, gotcha. The guy who drives him in the trunk and then pulls the gun on them.
Yeah, because he said waited 20 years for someone to get this. That doesn't make sense because he'd be outside the room, wouldn't know what it is. Um, and it's not an agreed thing. It's just a weird conflict that they threw in. Writer was stating that in the books, it's because um, his customer got killed and then realized there was more killings. So it's kind of more of a, I guess, a pride thing for the business.
It's a pride thing for the business and also a personal code of honor. Like he's obviously willing to dry them off because it's just one dead customer. They found the particular box for that person, but he assumes they're guilty of all the other murders, which is why he says in the movie it's a couple on a killing spree. It's weaker because the film didn't adapt obviously the banker's POV chapters, so it comes out of left field for the character in the depiction here for the film.
Gotcha. I don't think he's overstay. I don't see a connection there stated that way. I think he's more so not corrupt or greedy, but more protective of the 20 years he's been watching over this oldest account. And two randoms walk in who are supposedly murderers who just are able to get it with the info.
I don't know why he followed through with the exit clause then, or the safe passage clause, if he's just gonna take it.
Yeah, there is a bit of professional pride to him in the book as well, but I agree
He
for the
keeps it safe
film,
from the
it's
police.
yeah, that's pretty much all we have to deduce for in the film as another addition onto that.
It's underdeveloped, I guess, is where I'm at. Um, and as is for damage ladder, I'm probably putting it under flaw or issue. Put it as an issue.
That's pretty
Yeah,
high.
uh, yeah, I think I keep forgetting the middle one. Is it flaw that's the middle one or issue that's the middle one?
Issues
Issue.
the middle.
Nitpick,
Okay,
nick,
I'm
issue,
also
flaw, problem.
yeah. I've got like I said, I got the I always just confuse issue and flaw. Issue I have it as an issue as well, at least for the film, because it's a contradiction based on purely the film of him following through in the exit clause and then him holding them at gunpoint. Because he could have turned them over to the police and still kept the safety deposit box fine without having to escape with them.
I have it as a nitpick. I don't think I think the police involvement would have done more to apprehend whatever the box contained than just being like, "Oh, here's your criminals, you can leave." It's like, no investigation so far. What were they looking for? What did they have on them? And
Mm.
then that is a way to protect it, but it's again inferred. It's just shown. It's just best I have is this guy's been looking over it for 20 plus years. So protection is like his main goal. And when two strangers come in, automatically know the code to something that he has no knowledge of who they are, and the only knowledge or info he takes from is that they're murderers, then it makes sense to want to defend it.
Yeah. Uh,
But
kind of want to describe what happens in the book, but I'm going to avoid that because I don't think what happens in the book is actually relevant to the banker in this story. So, beyond what's already been said. Um, but yeah, I think
so yeah, just a little more clarity.
yeah, you raise a valid point, Springs. There's definitely a lot of professionalism in that. With obviously that's he's willing to risk his life to get them out of there. So there's definitely levels of professionalism to the character that's we have here.
Yeah. And the clause is because it was bought through the clause of the account. I don't think he would have, if it wasn't there, I don't think the police activity, he would have been like, okay, well, we have a back, clause that I'm going to protect you with, because that would be on him personally then to try to protect the box more so versus being like, the clause is incorporated with this. So I am kind of obligated to get you through this because of it.
Yeah. Um, I guess for that, Springs, you can jump somewhere else if you would like.
Yes. Very, very early on during the killing of the Grand Master, of the Grandfather, and Silas shoots him, there's a shot that goes out of the Louvre, like above like a skylight, or I guess a skylight above, and the audio of them talking is from inside. So it's accurate to where the camera is, and the audio isn't playing for us to actually hear it clearly. It's muffled, and you hear traffic going on and other noises happening outside the world, which really makes it feel like that piece of dialogue is not important when it's a conversation of an introduction to a character. And I thought it was just a very odd choice to make. And that's at
Yeah,
Bad, or neutral?
2:55. I have it as neutral because it makes sense for the camera and kind of with this whole film doing the accuracy of like this is where we are, this is how they speak, this is the mandates of what they would go about in police work and all that. So that makes sense to me. So when a camera's out, this is what we're getting. But I don't see why that shot needed to be used then. It could have been him being shot, Silas leaving, and the Grandmaster running to where he wants to hide things, and then the shot overhead of him moving. That way, no dialogue's playing, but you still get the shot you want.
Yeah. Um, the dialogue is obviously on full display for the book. Um, and they change a few things about this scene as well. But I'm in agreement that I'm pretty middling on what's the film is doing because it's not the conversation isn't relevant to us. Everything that happens in the conversation we find out in later scenes of the movie.
But
Um,
it still tacks into the introduction of a character.
yeah, which is being primarily Silas because
I guess,
Silas
and the
actually sticks
grandfather.
around. Yes, we do miss the motivation for the grandfather without that dialogue, but we I think Silas is since he sticks around for the film more, would be more important for him. I think.
It just, yes, it just kind of goes into the question of me, like, why was that shot used? If you're still going to include the audio so it's not a silent beat of pause, but you want the shot so you have to include the audio, but you're keeping it accurate to if the camera was actually outside trying to listen in, then why keep that shot and not just do the whole thing inside and then either not use that shot or reuse it when there is a silent bit, like as I pitched with the grandfather leaving after being shot.
Yeah, I don't know the
Yeah,
creative intent behind it, but I'm okay with it. I'm
Just makes it
the
stand
neutral
out as
state.
odd.
yeah. It's odd, but I'm neutral. I quite like that Robert Langdon. It's for the drama. Robert Langdon not telling Fash that he's claustrophobic, but for Fash's point of view, Robert being nervous and claustrophobic would feed into his suspicion.
Yeah, that was something that I wrote as a negative. I did not like that he didn't mention what was going on with him.
Yeah, I
It's
I
so easy
feel
to
like
say
Robert.
I'm claustrophobic or I don't like small spaces. So easy, either in the elevator or when they step
Yeah,
out of it when he's not all sweaty.
even even when he's before he goes in the elevator, where he pauses, like, "Can we take the stairs?" and Fash just looks at him. Robert could explain right there too.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I have that at a kind of a nick because obviously Fash is already super suspicious of him, but it's an easy thing to convey so Fash doesn't have to incorporate this part of his suspicion.
Find it, I find it more into a Nick because I do think it's a Nick because it's a part of who Robert is. Of in the introduction of it with the elevator, more so than the armored car with Sophie. Because the armored car was so, like a police officer asking your aid and help and being very civil with one another. It's just easy thing to bring up. Like I want to take the stairs because of I'm claustrophobic. With Sophie, it's who are you? What's going on? Why do you want me to run from the police? So it's more contained and fear and trying to distract versus opening up to a stranger. So that one makes more sense to me. But again, that's not the first instance.
Yeah, it's not the first. It's like that one makes more sense for Robert. I feel like Robert would have brought up in a casual way here because it's
Yeah.
not.
Maybe this is kind of the one of those instances where show does not overdo the tell. Like we get it from showing of like him trying to distract himself with everything in the elevator to not have a panic attack of being claustrophobic. We get that like that message comes through, but just not conveying that to fashion the scene is, I guess, one line of tell that should have been there for make it more smoother or understandable.
I'm on
Yeah,
the
because
opposite end of
it's
that where I think remove the tell, get rid of the captain asking, "Hey, are you all right?" or "What's going on?" Because I don't think Langdon's required to say I have claustrophobia. Um, but because he's then asked, then I feel like he would respond. He didn't respond. So just get rid of the line and just have
Do you still think there was
the captain look at him like,
hesitation to go in the elevator?
hmm?
I'm like, how would that have gone then? Like, Fash would have walked in the elevator and Landon would have just stopped and pondered until eventually choosing? Or do you think he would have just chosen the stairs himself?
Well, the captain didn't say what's wrong at the elevator. He's just like, come on. And then Langdon didn't say anything. Uh,
Well,
or
Langdon said,
Langdon
"Can we
said,
take
take
the
the
stairs?"
stairs.
And
And
he
then
didn't say
captain
anything. He
didn't say
walked in.
anything. And then they went in.
Yeah,
Then on the elevator, captain's asking, what's up? Get rid of that line. And just have him look at him suspicious while Langdon's all sweaty and stressing out. I think the line prompts an answer. Meanwhile, you don't need to give an answer just unprompted. So if we're keeping the line, Landon needs to answer. If we remove the line, I think it's okay.
I think it could have been built up more into panic and nerves of possibly being uh more of a not verdict. What's the word? When someone's like, you're a possible murderer for a crime scene.
Suspect.
Suspect.
Suspect. More of a suspect for the scene, getting closer to it and being nervous when it's claustrophobic, but Fash doesn't know that. So maybe that's why they hid that response. But then it could have just been like, even though Robert's telling the truth that he is claustrophobic, Fash maybe wouldn't believe him.
No, because the bishop's like, this guy's pure evil. I broke my vow. So, I guess at the end of it, I'm at a Nick. For whichever direction, either him not responding or the line being there prompting him to respond and not responding. Either way.
I'll have
Yeah,
nitpick. It's a little
I'm at
choppy, but could have been smoothed.
nitpick as well. Choppy. Um, I will jump to um maybe a broad one. What do we think of what do we think of the film's how it depicts Robert Langdon's eidetic memory?
Uh, okay for the first bit of the scrambled Fibonacci sequence, but other than that, it's not really shown that much again.
Well,
I mean,
it's
even like showing like the star of like the V's, like the one V down and the one V up. I mean, we can still kind of get that.
like
Doesn't really have to highlight that for showing his thing.
he uses it for the solving the cryptex though. The Newton statue. That's his memory.
Yeah. I compare that scene to the same way I compare to the detective summation scenes almost. I couldn't follow Robert Langdon along at all.
Well, he was remembering circle, 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 empty hand. There's a missing circle. Apple. And that's my takeaway. He's just memorizing what all the circles were and thinking what was absent in the empty hand.
Yeah.
And that's the
I will
apple.
say,
Yeah.
I guess maybe just my mind, and I guess thanks to Crimson, where my mind was kind of set on. I thought Apple was because I remember the answer being Apple, but I don't remember why it was Apple, and it's Apple of Isaac Newton. I thought it was going to be like Apple of Eden because of all the Templar talk.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, that's great. Nice. Um, I would say you're right in the sense that I get what they're trying to depict for Robert Langdon's memory, but I don't. It's not as easy to follow along with his thought line as it is as it could be. I think it's not a bad quote unquote summation scene where he figures it out. I think I like the visuals of it. I think it would just. I wish I had more to go on for the character in going through the visual imagery.
Yeah, it's not blatantly obvious, but it is digestible.
Yes. Especially once he reveals what it is. Yeah.
The police station scene at the end, the one that is added for the extended cut, not in the theatrical. I don't know why they are at the evidence table. Why is all the evidence in front of these people instead of the evidence room, or just not in front of them where they can be tampered with? I don't think that's a
I'm
standard
not following.
procedure. At,
That just would not be in that room.
you wouldn't have people within reach of the evidence, especially when the captain
I
walks away. Even if they're absolved
I
of the
honest
crimes, that's not standard.
I did not think that they were in a police station. I thought they had secluded off a room for evidence temporarily in the church that they were in.
Oh,
That's
okay. No,
weird.
it's not at the church.
Um,
I'm happy to be wrong.
they're all sealed in like evidence bags and stuff. Seems pretty official.
Yeah. No, I have no
Cans
issue
are
with that.
tagged.
Yes, I just don't know the difference between French police and American police
British. They're in London.
or British police. Sorry, French is French. So
I'm willing to think that they're more competent enough than leaving evidence in front of non-police.
I have a nitpick with that. I obviously they don't tamper with the evidence pretty much.
They
The
don't.
fact that
well,
it's
because
all
of
Which is
bagged.
good.
Yeah.
yeah, because of him believing they're fine now because it was Lee and the bishop who toyed with Frash. He's just like, oh yeah, Roger and Sophie are completely absolved of everything. Like we miss a whole chunk of them like proving that they're fine because he's not getting their whole story. We know that they're fine, but he
He
doesn't
took
know
their
that.
statements. There's a comment where he says, "Thank you for your statements."
Yeah.
So he did talk to them, but
Okay,
it's
so he did talk. Okay.
obviously yeah. So they did get their full account. He did get their full account and statements at that point. So I don't have as much of an issue that they were sitting beside the evidence because they know they're not in trouble anymore.
Something I feel is missing in this whole investigation is the police perspective on motive. We don't really get them wondering, why are they going here? Why are they doing this? What are they doing? What's going on here? Why did they kill them? It's all absent, and he does say that he was focused on faith and less detective work, but you still have the lieutenant guy that could have been a little like angel on the shoulder, being like, "Hey, what are they doing?"
Yeah. Uh, again, that's explained in the book. Think it's fine here with the focus on faith, but I agree it would be nice to get some more from Calais. Because I do think Calais discovering the barn stuff with all the spying equipment and stuff like that, I do think that helps bring in his perspective a little bit more. But it would be nice for them to discuss motive because motive is usually typically important when it comes to police work.
Usually, Sprinks. You brought up how you've seen this before, but you only remembered a couple scenes. And with my experience rewatching movies, I barely remember. It's usually in two categories of I remember nothing the whole way through, or as the movie's playing out, I'm remembering stuff. Um, was this you forgot all the way through, or you're remembering as you were watching?
I remember all the way through pretty much. Nothing I saw really went like, oh, I forgot about. I never had that kind of realization thing.
So with that, then it was pretty much a new movie. Did you fall for any of
Eh.
the tricks and stuff, the red herrings, or like with the
Well,
Rummy or Remy, whatever the butler guy, and with Lee?
not exactly, because all I remember was Lee was a bad guy.
Okay, but you didn't know how that
So
connected with Silas or the bishop or any of that.
yeah, yeah, I don't remember the connections there.
Okay, well then I guess don't really have much of an answer if you fell for the story or not, because you kind of in some aspects were spoiled.
I suppose so. Yeah, it
Uh,
was a bit odd. Like I knew the answer was apple the whole time, but I don't remember how they got the answer apple.
mhm. Do you guys think they did a good job structuring the secret bad guy?
What of Lee? Who's the secret bad
Le-
guy?
Yeah, at least the secret bad guy.
Yeah, I think he's properly built up. He's much more passionate and outspoken about his beliefs. Um, so yes, I think they built him up properly. Um, as the twist villain at the end. Um,
Kind of wish Ian McKellen masked his voice a little more on the phone.
I mean, it
You
was
can tell he's
distorted.
speaking as the teacher. Yeah, but his cadence of speaking is still coming through.
Robert.
wait, do you mean at the door, or do you mean at the when he's speaking as the teacher?
When he's speaking as the teacher on the phone with Silas.
Um, yeah, there, yeah,
Like, you can kind of tell that's Ian McKellen talking.
yeah.
Because you know
That's
it's
only if
someone in this movie unless they introduce a new character that far.
you. I don't think I would be able to tell on a first watch, but I definitely the I could guess on the first watch because I- Ian McKellen. Um, but I don't know. The voice wasn't that distinct to me in the covering or in the editing of it. But you're right. The cadence and how he speaks is pretty close to Ian McKellen.
Yeah, I think they did a good job with him with the fake out of his butler being the teacher. I wish it lasted a little longer because once he's sitting with the drink, like, oh well, it's pretty obvious at that point. Not showing killing him or anything, and having Silas and the bishop kind of be the primary antagonists through the film. I think they did a good job masking a higher bad guy, even though it is referenced there being a teacher.
Yeah. They're the main threat for the most of the film. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was saying, if the part of like disposing of Lee by the water was the introduction of a new person as the teacher, that would have all played along if Lee was to die, but the sake that it wasn't, it just pretty much gives away that it is Lee in that scene, being he's the only one with Remy.
yeah.
Um, I
I
I couldn't fully get it, so maybe the two of you can help clarify it. When it shows more of Sophie's memories of grandfather at the end of the movie, and she comes and sees like a ritual going on
yeah.
of all the masks. Is that connected to the pennant on the grandfather's chest then on his death, that he was actually more of a devil worshiper than it being marked as Venus for the goddess?
It's connected to the symbol, which is the chalice and the male symbol for the male phallic symbol. So it's this is one of those things that the film doesn't really talk about with regards. It's a book thing. The thing that scares Sophie's a lot is that ritual because she thought she knew her grandfather, and then she comes home and finds him in the middle of a pagan sex ritual. Um, but one of the things that the book goes to a lot is that, uh, and Robert explains this to her because this is one of the things that Jacques Saunier wanted Robert to explain because Robert wrote a book called The Sacred Feminine. That's the book everybody's reading that he wrote. Um, and it's about the pagan sex ritual is about the joining of male and female, and like because women can give birth so they can see God. That's kind of how the interpretation is in the book. So it is connected to the symbol that Jacques Chenier wrote on his chest, which is the male and female symbols, but it's not an overt connection.
So, what made you lean
Okay.
demon worship, Sprix? Since that
That,
was your question.
Yeah.
well, that was brought up as the confusion with the pendant to begin with, if it was devil worship, and then Robert explained no, it could also be mean the symbol of previous before it was related to that of what it could mean, but it wasn't answered specifically in that scene that it's one or the other. And then that was continuation with the movie of like, what was it then? Because it never kind of got brought up again. So then when I went to the ritual, I thought that was more into the line of devil worship.
When they go under, when they enter the church, like they're just about to go into where they think it is, Robert points out the star uh, on above the staircase.
Yes, but is I don't think that's the same symbol he marks himself with. He marks
Yeah,
himself with a 5-pointed star, and then that one is the 6-pointed.
Yeah, it's not a pentagram, it's a pentacle. So I do think that it would be. I'm still not leaning. It's not devil worship, but that's definitely something that the church has in real life has definitely much demonized.
I
Okay,
guess Sprinks,
well then
my
I guess with
reading is it's not devil worship. Whether or not that's what the movie is, I don't know, but that was my reading.
okay, do you think it's then the answer of the other one of the earlier symbol identified as the Venus for the goddess
That's how I
of
see
the
it as.
feminine side? Okay.
Because you got, like
Are
what Ryder said, you got the star, and then the final place at the Lou, the two pyramids form the two shapes as well. You got the chalice and the spear. I think is what they called the male counterpart, where the two are touching tips essentially. It's not in the shape of a star, but you got the two shapes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll lean with the goddess because the film depicts far more of that as an explanation than devil worship or anything to do with the devil necessarily. So,
yeah, and
but
gotta
it's
remember
just
what
a question that
Robert's.
was brought up that wasn't fully answered.
Yeah, uh, I agree. I think the book could have just thrown a quick away throwaway line for it to make it more obvious which one it is.
You mean the screenplay?
Did I say book?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, the
Yes,
book
I mean
said
the
it or not.
screenplay.
That's the book, but
Yeah, I meant the screenplay. Yes. Sorry.
Something that's
Um.
always
Oh,
bugged me was Silas finding the star in the on the first hole he dug in the church. That
yes,
the nun
on
church. Yeah.
the rose line.
Uh, there was a whole line there. It wasn't just like one like X marks the spot, and he just happened to find it. It was tucked in, kind of to the side. It wasn't even directly under it. So a little too lucky for me.
Yes. It brings up one question for me. Are there multiple of those?
Unclear. We only see the one.
Yeah, because he hit one spot, reached in, pulled one thing out. We didn't see him check multiple spots of being empty, empty, empty until finding something,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think
or
what would
checking
what it
continually, finding more things.
yeah, it would be something if he hit something really hard onto the stone without breaking it, but he's listening to see if it's hollow, and then he works his way down the line and finds the spot. I think that would be what I would want.
Yeah,
That could help
that would work.
find a hollow spot.
Yes, that way he only is digging in the one spot, but I think that would help. Yeah, with
Yeah,
what you're complaining about, Crimson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Crimson on this as well. The first hit, he finds something, and then that's like all he goes off of.
Yep.
Yeah, I he's in the right spot. It's along the line. I can. I would rather be
I suppose
shown him
along the
listening
line in the church.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I is it the statue as well that's was a key? I forgot. Did you look at the statue? No, it's just the line, right?
It's just the line.
Because the
It's
line
just the
leads
rose
into a
line.
statue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm at a nick for this because I can infer that he did all the hollow listening stuff, but I would prefer to be shown that because this is the problem.
Yeah, I
But
can't infer it because
um
Yeah,
they don't really depict anything to infer it. That's just the logical thing someone would do.
yeah.
I'm close to putting it as a flaw, but I think I'll have it as an issue.
Hmm,
Yeah.
heavy. I
It
probably
changes Silas's point of view of what he does by finding it.
well, kind of. I mean, if we saw that he made several holes and then that last one he found it, his reactions would still be the same. Of, are you making fun of me?
Yes, but that shows that the rose line is only hiding one thing.
Yeah, but I don't
It
see
seems
how that
like
would
a
change him.
cut. No, but it's a cut convenience for the sake of, I guess, the film's paced, even in an extended version.
Yeah, it pushes the plot forward that he finds it immediately.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a long thing. I mean, the shot of him like digging it, we can see like a trail of holes. It doesn't we don't have to see him actively digging a bunch of holes. It could have already dug like four of them, and then that's the one he found.
Yeah, but it should have still included that.
I agree. I mean, I'm the one that brought it up. Uh, that being said, I do find it as like a nitpick though, because it doesn't really change anything to me, character wise, plot wise. It's just convenient.
One of the things I was particularly interested in for this cut of the film was how they were going to handle the Vatican Council, um, because the Vatican Council. I'm not going to again. I'm not going to go too much detail. It's different in the book. That's pretty much all I'm going to say about it. For here, I think they sell Aringarosa's hardline motivation really well to the other Vatican Council members. Like because it's come across to me as like even the Vatican isn't really fully aware of what they're doing. So it's not a complete denigration towards the modern church. What's being depicted here.
Maybe I misunderstood it. Was it the Vatican or was it an Opus Dei meeting? That's they
It is a
they
Vatican
they distinguish
council.
that it's two different things.
Yes, their Opus Dei is the sect that Bishop Aringarosa is from, but the council itself is the Vatican Council.
Hmm.
It's a secret council that was forged by the Vatican some hundreds of years
Yeah,
ago to
yeah.
hunt. Yeah, yeah, to conduct their war against the Priory, essentially. That's um I guess with that question, was it not clear for you on that, Crimson?
I thought it was an Opus Dei meeting. If it's a Vatican meeting,
Interesting.
I find it less convincing for him to turn them.
Yeah, I mean that's why that scene is stronger in the book because there's history with the Vatican at that point and why the Vatican Council was more on board with this as a whole. But since that's not here, I think the hard line from Bishop Ringrosa helps make up for it a little bit. But I guess if it wasn't clear for you, Springs out of curiosity, Opus Dei meeting or Vatican Council meeting?
It was on Opus Dei meeting because I didn't know it was taking place in the Vatican.
It's not taking place in the Vatican.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not at the Vatican.
uh,
But okay, it's interesting. All right, if you're both on Opus Dei meeting, I'm gonna actually put that as a nick for the movie for not making that clear because
yeah.
I don't remember my first interaction with the film. But if you guys didn't get that it was a Vatican Council meeting, I think that's a problem.
No, I was under the context that the bishop was with Opus Dei after the interview scene to then lead into this scene and talking to the old guy who I didn't get his name, is understanding with the bishop to call a council forward where they're all discussing. Did feel like all the context of his scenes are of Opus Dei.
Yeah, like I said, I have no issue calling that this is a nick then because it's kind of important that this is the Vatican that he's meeting because that's how he gets the Vatican bank money. Like that's specifically Vatican loans that he has that they're getting paid
I mean,
in.
that could be it, but it could have been the council of the Opus Dei getting that rather than
Yeah,
the
like I
Vatican
said,
themselves or members of. But
yeah, okay, interesting. I'm gonna have an issue with that scene now if that wasn't since that's not clear to you non-book readers.
Yeah,
I think,
if it's
however, it's still fun.
so
I
in the
think, however, it
books,
still
it says it's
functions
a
as an
Vatican
Opus Dei
meeting.
reading. Yes, it's explicitly a Vatican Council meeting.
that
Then
explains when you watching the scene, you're like, you already know the info.
Yeah, yeah. So in that case, it's interesting then that to view this as an Opus Dei meeting. Um,
I think it works as an
it's
Opus Dei
hard.
meeting. Um,
It does work as an Opus Dei meeting. I think
Works either way.
under under that
He's not
logic,
specifically saying evil things.
yeah. Under that logic, I think I have some questions based just on my history for how the Opus Dei group got a hold of all the Vatican money. Um,
It's not a confusion on the part that it is an Opus Dei meeting, right? And it's changed from the book.
What
I
do you
don't
mean?
think it's explicitly stated either way, but
Like I was saying, like
with how you laid it
the
out,
book
springs.
specifically says it's a Vatican meeting, the Council of the Vatican. The movie not saying really one way or the other. I'm just going off of the context of the bishop being Opus Dei, and then a council is made to get the funds. Could the film be expressing that it is actually an Opus Dei meeting, and that's changed from the book?
I there are inconsistencies that arrives with that, but I think not a it's not it's not a bad interpretation
Unless we're all
because
foolish people, and there was a line said that none of us are remembering.
yeah, oh yeah,
I'm
I
saying
mean
that's
you'll
also
see.
another case.
Yeah.
Well, on
Um,
the plane, it was mentioned that Opus Dei spent 47 million on a headquarters, and I mean that leads me to believe that Opus Dei itself has money. It's not just Vatican money. So, and
Yes.
then that led into the whole council scene. So I think
Use the funds of those of the followers and
right,
whatever he says.
exactly. So as an Opus Dei meeting, I don't have any issues with it. If I had an adaptation rating, I probably would because it blurs the line of what it's supposed to be. But as it is, as an Opus Dei meeting to me, it works fine.
Yes, I think the dialogue said by the bishop makes it fine. That it's not questionable whether he's hiding his intentional intent of getting the funds to for Opus Dei from the Vatican, or that it's Opus Dei there, and he's not actually saying like his whole plan of what he's going to do.
I guess Ryder final, I guess stance on it. Are you going to apply any damage to this or anything?
I think it works as an Opus Dei meeting. Because the film is opaque on it, I'm separating what I know. I have a nitpick then that if it's an Opus Dei meeting, I don't have any issues if it's a Vatican meeting.
Okay,
My issue with it being a Vatican meeting is more adaptation, and that's not really objective or subjective. So it will affect my third rating, quote unquote. But my first my nitpick is that I Vatican bonds are extremely hard to come by outside of, shockingly enough, the Vatican. So I would need an explanation as to how Opus Dei managed to acquire that. So that would be my nitpick purely based off the history for the scene if it's an Opus Dei meeting. And then I have a nick if it's supposed to be the Vatican Council for the adaptation.
Is it established that it's Vatican bonds or just bonds?
It's
I don't
I
recall them saying Vatican bonds.
Yeah, I don't recall them saying it either, but we see the Vatican bonds later on when because they spill out of the briefcase once a Ringarosa is shot.
I have to go back and look at what the bonds say.
So I guess that's my last take on it. It's probably a nick for me in either case, at least. All
interesting.
right, yeah.
That's
Sprints.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting how before it was nitpick nothing, and now it's Nick either way.
Yeah, I'm working out in my head how because I remember if I'm gonna I'm trying to separate objectively the film and what would be my adaptation rating. So
Gotcha. Huh. Um, yeah, one thing of like happenstance to set up Robert as a suspect for the murder of the grandfather. It was brought up by Sophie in the bathroom scene that he had his presentation at 9, yet his bedroom light was left on at like 8:30 to show like his whereabouts. And I was like, is that just full on coincidence, happenstance of the light thing, or was that like concocted from Silas? How much was Silas trying to pose the the murder case onto Robert? Because it feels like Silas had nothing to do with that or care about in any means. It was it just all coincidental?
the timing of everything, um,
Was Robert actually framed? I suppose.
I don't think so.
I no, they didn't go into the effort of framing him, but the Jackson Year's bloody message implicates him heavily. And at some point, I mean, the thing where the framing happens is Bishop Aringarosa at some point told Fash before Robert Langdon was brought to the crime scheme that he was confessed to by someone, Robert Langdon.
Yes, he was going to be involved in some way anyhow because of the meeting that was to follow of the grandfather and Robert.
If he was to be framed, I think it'd have to be done by Lee. And if that was the case, I would have liked some dialogue or something to state that.
To pay off the fact that Lee framed Robert Langdon.
To get him involved
Yeah.
in solving the
It's just
mystery, because he might not think he could do it.
Yeah. Because to me, then it just sounds like a bunch of coincidental nonsense that Sophie explains all the things that line up for Robert to be framed then, if it's not the case. And that's just the happenstance of the film for this character's involvement, who was already involved with the Grandmaster with the meeting they were going to have.
Well, we know that Lee has a listening device in Senier's office. So it's not that much of a stretch that Teabing would have the information to know to frame Robert because Robert is someone who's trying to set up a meeting with
Yes, he has the means he could, but we don't have the answer if he did.
yeah. Is the answer is the direct answer an objective necessity for you guys? Because I do think all the things are there to
Yes.
infer that Teabing did this more so than the other one thing we had to infer about like breaking the Rosa line.
Just because someone has a gun in their hand does not mean they're capable of killing any single person.
If we're going with Lee,
That's what I'm getting, like.
Framed Robert to get him involved in this whole thing, I would put that as an objective, even flaw, because that is very plot relevant to not give a definitive answer to. I don't think that's what the movie's trying to do, so I'm more listing it as a coincidence, which would fall in line with like a nitpick or Nick territory.
I have us at a Nick because this is how you get Sophie's involvement connecting to Robert. Is all because of happenstance.
Yeah.
I think I'm on coincidence as well. It's a nitpick. And if they film wanted to make it so that Teabing framed Robert, I think they would have had to make it more explicit. It would have made their parting a little bit more bitter. But I think they would have to change some of the drama basically later on.
Yes.
Because Teabing does consider Robert a friend, even if they are obviously on opposite ends through a lot of their scholarly arguments. So
yeah, it's like a Charles Xavier Magneto thing. Friends, but enemies.
Why do you bring that example?
Just seems similar.
Throwing another Ian McKellen out there, I appreciate it. Yeah, all right, I think I'm with you guys. I'm on coincidence. I'm at a Nick.
Okay. Curious what you two have. What is Sophie's last name?
Birth name or given by the Priory?
Either.
Let me look at my notes.
Or both.
Yeah, I also had it written. I'm going to look for it.
Because there's something that's explained later in the movie that really made me clear up a confusion I had.
Sophie Neveu.
One thing.
St. Clair's her birth
name.
Yes,
St. Clair's her birth name. Sophie Neveu is her given hidden name.
Okay. I didn't know Neveu was Sophie until much later in the movie. I thought that whoever Sophie was supposed to be showing up with the codes was taking place of Neveu, because it's brought up that, they never sent someone. Like, Neveu never came. Or showed up, which made me think, Sophie took care of that to take the place of that to be here at the loo.
So
But then that
saying like Sophie took care of the real cop and took the place. Is that what you're hinting
yes,
at? Okay.
I
so
didn't
she could
have
be
that issue.
involved.
Yeah, I didn't have that issue at all my first watch through. Um, but I guess I can see why you could be confused by it.
I had it confused because her introduction is a direct conversation with Fash, where she's called Sophie, and then every other context with the police afterwards is calling her Navu, which is not Sophie. So it's Vash knows the name, but it's never connected onto the audience that the name is the same person until later when it said her whole name.
Doesn't she explicitly say to Robert Langdon, "I'm Sophie Navu"?
But Spranks is saying there'd have to be a coincidence that the real Navu is also named Sophie. I think is what you're going with, right?
Yeah. Or a story of however Sophie got to this instance. It's never explained
Uh
that she is part of the police work or works for the Lou to be here, or I always thought she took care of someone supposed to be here and she's
oh,
taking place of them. So she's here at this crime scene to be able to be here with Robert to do the whole bathroom talk.
yeah, no, she just shows up without telling the rest of the coding department that she's here.
What's her job?
Yeah.
No, her.
So she doesn't help the coding she doesn't help the cryptology department at all. She just goes up and shows the work because she recognizes what this is immediately.
I'm confused. What is Sophie's occupation?
She's a cryptologist.
Okay, so she should be there then.
Yes, she should be there, but the cryptology department hasn't phoned in their findings. So, because what happened was, is they got the puzzle that involves her department. She sees it, she immediately left. Essentially, so the coding department calls in later to tell them what the
Okay, so she's not
uh
impersonating somebody. She just got there
yeah,
ahead of the department.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, that clears that up. I didn't really think of it that way, but it does make sense like that.
Yes. I think I still have the confusion on Fash, who has heard both names, knows both. I guess just the context because he knows of Sophie Navu then. I guess that's just like a hidden thing for the audience.
Are you referring to when he reacts to Cole saying cryptology didn't send Sophie Navu?
Yes.
Yeah.
But he never says Sophie.
Yeah, he just says, yeah, he says, yeah, cryptology didn't send Miss Navu, and Fash looks up from the book that Robert Langdon's book that's annotated by Jacques Sonnier, and he says, "What?" Like, because
Yes.
he just talked to her downstairs.
And that
So
posed to me by the perspective that Sophie then took out whoever that was to be present here.
I see. That's interesting. Yeah, I never had that interpretation.
No, I always had it as an impersonation. She took the place of someone. I take it as she dispatched somebody, but this reading of she was just ahead of the cryptology team and left without notice makes sense with what's here. She had the Grandmaster's phone call, probably hinting towards meeting here and stuff. And then you had the information getting sent to her work, like, oh, that's where we were supposed to meet or something. So I think there's enough that she just jumped ahead of the cryptology team.
I guess with that, Springs, where
Yeah.
do you lie? Yeah.
Uh, I think all the information now is helpful on a second watch, but the first like for me kind of watching this for the first time ish was a bit confusing, which felt like hidden information onto the audience, but it does make sense in world that Fash knows Sophie by her full name.
Yeah.
So I think I don't have it anywhere on my damage ladder because it makes sense now in full context of everything,
Mhm.
but it does seem a little cheeky trying to like hide two names of the same person.
Yeah, making me wish I remember what it was like when I first saw this movie. It's been a long time.
Decade.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I'm more solidified episode and character names just because I've spent more time with him in the book. But yeah, that's interesting.
Also, is it completely fine that Fash can corrupt crime scene by removing that fourth line? P.S. Robert Langdon.
I think his higher ups would hear about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's. I wish I could explain that, but it's all book related. For here, the best interpretation I have of that is that because they have pictures of what it looked like beforehand, they know that Fash is going to run a particular setup to try and get the killer to walk himself into a trap, essentially.
And it's always gutsy to bring a suspect to the crime scene because they can tamper with the crime scene.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I guess the only thing I'll say about the book part of this scene is that the book makes it clear Fash is an expert at that sort of thing. He brings he's very good at bringing a criminal to the crime scene and letting them incriminate themselves without the evidence necessarily being tampered more so than it already is. And there's a bunch of other motives for Fash. I'm not going to bother, but for this, it kind of I think it's okay because all the evidence is preserved for him tampering with it, but it could also be brought up later as to why Lieutenant Collet is having frustrations with Fash because Fash is so hardline and Collet is like, dude, relax,
And they didn't even find the
more or
blood by the
less.
paintings, so I don't even know how well preserved this crime scene is.
Well,
Yeah.
that doesn't fully make sense if he's bleeding out? Why is there only blood of like his hand at the paintings? Wouldn't it be like trickles of blood leading all over wherever he walked?
Yeah, they have a shot of blood trail leading to one of the paintings. It was the one after the Mona Lisa. There was blood on the floor.
The what was it Madonna of Rocks? Is that what it was called?
Something. But yeah, that one
Yeah.
there was a blood trail on that one.
Okay, well then you go from that one to the other one.
And we don't get a lot of shots of the floor. Either way, I still have the same issue with the police not tracking the blood to these
Yeah, that's a Nick on the
paintings.
no, that's more. That is a ooh. I'll have it a flaw. A full police investigation, since they were prior to the scene before Robert of introduction of a crime scene at the Loo, would have seen far more evidence to find the key before Robert did.
Yeah, they probably would have found the other message on the wall with the black light. I doubt they would have found the key because they'd have to move a painting, but maybe they could have if they had permission or
But the
something.
painting would have had fingerprints and
Blood,
possible blood on it,
fingerprints.
on the frame.
It's a lazy investigation, and I think excusing the captain as just fully on board with his faith, I don't think is enough because then it's just degrading the rest of the investigators. Because he's not the
Yeah.
only person processing the crime scene.
No, that is weakening the police force just for the case of the film to continue with its puzzles. Yeah, that's a flaw for me. Or a line stated beforehand of Fash saying like, "Okay, that's it." You know, just trying to really contain the crime scene in one area.
Yeah, if Langdon tried to walk around and he's like, stay in this area because he knows there's more
Yeah,
past this.
keep the forensics team on the body, keep the tape guarded here, all that.
So you have it as flaw, Ryder. Do you have it as anything?
I think I'm at an issue. I think there's they could do a little bit more to show that there was blood work being done. Or like there like, if you go into the room, you could have very, very low lights on like a blood trail on the floor or something like that. And granted, you have to remember they're under Louvre's restrictions too with artwork, so they can't have like super intricate setups over every spot of blood. Um, but I think they could do something. Like they could have a to kind of prove that they are having an investigation. Um,
Yeah, I mean, just you could just have those standard like little plastic numbers that police use to point out evidence. That
yeah,
is nothing.
I think that just have those on the floor. I think because obviously they can't do much in the Louvre as we learned in just the facts for the film. But if they had one, had some of those on the ground, I think it would have been helpful.
I
All right.
guess a compliment I have for the film, and I guess by extension the book, but is just this whole story that's concocted of connecting all these like religious and historical events and concocting this whole story of Mary and a whole like Jesus bloodline storyline. I found it quite interesting and cool. It does go back to the whole 20-minute exposition, but it is cool how they crafted it in a believable fashion to me. I don't know how you guys
It doesn't
feel.
come across as nonsensical.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of the things that really helps with that is the fact that they directly reference like things that happened in history, like the Council of Nicaea, the book, the handbook that the church wrote to hunt down witches. That's a real book. So they are using real aspects of history to construct their the thriller mystery aspect of this, which is really nice. I greatly appreciate it.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, is that the
It
origin of
is
Friday the 13th?
that is the origin of Friday the 13th. Yeah.
Hmm. No hockey masks.
No.
Only Templar knights getting slaughtered.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes Order 66. Never can happen. That's essentially what it was.
Ah,
It goes. Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just
Finish.
going to go back. There's the Knights Templar, which is the main one. That's how most historians tend to draw it, at least the meaning to it to our current era. But obviously, Judas betrayed Jesus, usually described on the Last Supper, which took place on a Friday before the crucifixion, as the 13th guest or whatever. So there is a few things that can feed into the superstition of Friday the 13th, but everyone kind of attributes Bloody Friday the 13th with the Knights Templar being rounded up.
Yeah.
It's another little bit of history, I guess.
Springs, you were gonna bring up
Huh.
something?
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
just something I had. No, no, it's okay. Totally, it's a different point. When my assumption is the car Sophie and Robert get in is Sophie's car, and they didn't like steal a car or hotwire or something in a panic. But when they go up to her, I guess was it his home or her home?
They're going to the embassy.
Okay, going to the embassy and the police are already there. I think it's dumb of Sophie to full floor in reverse to draw attention to herself around police rather than like idly drive by casually.
Yeah, it draws more attention to her. Yeah.
Really good driving
Um,
skills.
yeah. Hey, she lost her rearview mirrors and they reappeared again once it was over.
Oh,
Ooh, continuity break.
That is a continuity error I caught.
Something I also think is just for the extended cut is when the police found her car. That wasn't. I'm pretty sure that wasn't in the theatrical one. It was just
Yeah, at
a
the train
line.
station.
Yeah, it was just a line said to the captain. We don't actually see a cop find it in the theatrical.
huh. Never knew.
Mm.
Again, anything that was, as you said, Crimson, sounds like things were in the theatrical that are also removed from this one. I don't know what any of that is.
It is cool to see because I don't really see extended cuts of movies. There's not that many movies I've seen that have extended versions. Kind of fun.
Yeah, we don't really do extended cuts much for the podcast. This is why I wanted to pick one.
Unless by
And
accident.
Bingo.
oh yeah, unless by accident, yes.
Yeah,
Um,
I always go in thinking the extended cut is adding things, which it does. It does add more. I never really second guess that they're actually removing things.
I don't know if it's
um,
standard or not. Like I said, I'm not well versed in extended cuts, so I don't know.
I mean, the main extended cuts I'm familiar with are obviously Lord of the Rings. Um, having seen the extended version of the Snyder cut as well, I've seen.
E.T.
Oh, yeah.
Extended
There's
cut of
I
that,
haven't I actually haven't seen the ET extended cut, but I've seen the Aliens 2 extended cut.
and of course, my little jab is at Twilight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. In terms of relevance to the podcast, um, yeah. Extended
Oh,
scenes.
Prince of
Sorry.
Thieves. That's another Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that version. Uh, it's been my experience. Most extended cuts are tend to add in lots of other context for surrounding things. I think, as you said for this one, Crimson, the Silas's backstory is completely removed from the theatrical.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that is a hefty chunk that's missing that would have been better. It would have improved the theatrical cut a little bit. I think most extended scenes feel like that for most movies. I would say something similar for Lord of the Rings. I think the extended version adds a lot more for the characters. Um, so yeah, you can definitely miss out on stuff.
I'll bring up some plot armor for Robert. We
Oh
have
boy, which one?
the fact that almost all the police left the crime scene to chase him. They left like one dude. No one was at the crime scene. He was just, I guess, probably in the surveillance room or something. Not doing his job because they were there. And Silas not killing Langdon at the manor or estate or whatever when he's very willing and capable just to kill people for the cause.
Yeah, uh, I agree. Uh, in the book, Silas has explicit orders not to harm anybody, which is sorely lacking for the film.
Poor
Because
nun.
yeah, yeah. Well, no, Silas' explicit orders not to kill anybody in T-Bean's mansion. He's not allowed to kill. So when he goes in there, he's not allowed to kill any of them.
Oh yeah, that's
Um,
not stated in this at all.
yes, that also comes up again in the scene later where he's holding them up at gunpoint, or he's holding Sophie Nauvoo by knife. Uh, and Remy betrays them. That's also true in that scene. That's sorely lacking in the movie, and that is up there for really big plot armor problems because we've seen Silas as a killer, and that's easily I think a flaw in terms of plot armor for Langdon because Silas has no reason to spare him.
Yeah, he's an obstacle to his objective. Just kill him and take the
Yeah,
box.
I mean, it would have made it simpler. He
Yeah.
does knock him out fast, but
Yeah.
didn't kill him. Now mine is on the where is my note for it? I think it's on my second page here. Oh crud. It was very funny because it reminded me exactly of a different movie scene.
How many pages did you get? 2, 3.
I got 2 pages of notes. What in the Mission Impossible 2 is that dove distraction when
Yeah,
Remy is going to shoot Robert and Sophie?
I love the symbolism, but it's definitely fucking plot armor.
birds. And he misses. He doesn't just get
It's so
distracted.
dumb.
He just can't shoot.
And
Yeah.
Happy Remy doesn't just shoot down nuns indiscriminately. But yes, that is. I just got. I just got your Mission Impossible reference.
Yeah, the
Prince.
stupid John Woo dove in the middle of a bunker.
Yeah, I just got that. That's excellent.
And
Let's see.
I have a hard time with Lee's character and how brazen and simple it is for him to kill his allies. Like Remy, I don't think they really fully justified getting killed by Lee. And then presumably Lee instructed Remy to kill them. So I mean, I don't
Yeah,
fully get it. It's unnecessary sacrifices at this point.
for Remy, I think so because it's such an aid, and he even fools Silas in saying he's the teacher. Like the voices don't fully match, but still, Silas believes it pretty much, or at least I took it as Silas believed it. But Remy seemed very helpful, especially for Lee being a cripple. to get him around places and protect him a lot more. I it all kind of feels just for the written line of Remy being like, "Don't worry, your identity will be secret till the day I die," and then he dies. So it's like, yeah, that's true.
And I don't know why it matters. Once he
And then
reveals
the
the
movie immediately shows you.
once he reveals the secret of Mary, it doesn't matter who he is. The secret's out there. So I don't see the point. Other than he's a bad guy, he killed his friend.
Yeah, in the movie, I don't think the Remy killing is justified, but I'm perfectly fine with him killing Silas and Ringo Rosa because in earlier scenes we can see that Teabing is very vehemently against the church.
Oh yeah, setting them up with
Silas
the
killed
police.
himself.
Totally fine with that. But Remy going to kill Sophie and Robert, and then Lee killing Remy just doesn't really add up to me with what his character is in this. So with that, I probably
Crimson,
have it as a character flaw.
to
Uh
kill off Remy.
Yeah, I feel it's inconsistent with Lee.
with Lee's he's established in the film, I mm, I don't know if I'm at a character flaw, but I can definitely see a character nick for me. I There's not a lot for me to draw on that he's ruthless and capable, but I need more reason as to why he would kill Remy specifically, because Remy's theoretically been working for him for a while. Because I assume it's Remy that goes up to the listening post because it's up a ladder.
Yeah,
Remy's an aide, but not a supposed threat. So I think I'm in the same ballpark of Nick. Like it's unexplained as to why.
Springfield, you about to ask me something?
You brought it up earlier, Crimson, of the added in backstory of Silas, of how he like stabs his dad, goes to prison, and then an earthquake or a war breaks out that lets him escape. Uh, at 3507 in the film, showing that scene, even though it's very high exposure for these flashbacks, you can't really cover up the green screen of Silas escaping.
Yeah,
It's a very fake background.
boy, it's overexposed. Very exposed.
Yeah. At least
But I
they're
agree.
consistent with it in like every flashback being super overexposed.
Yeah,
I would
Yeah,
have
it's a
issues
style of
if they
showing the
didn't they
past, but
vary. Yeah, I think I would take visual issue if they varied it up. But I do like that it's consistent with overexposure. But yes, that is a very overexposed scene.
uh, I am glad that the Grandmaster's junk was highly lit and exposed. Can't see anything. Very bright.
yes.
Yes, no dicks were shown in this.
Yes, this isn't Men.
Mm-mm.
Not much in that movie.
Not watching Men again.
This isn't a field in England either.
No.
Nope, not a field in England. I have an interesting note, which goes back to the whole thing of me thinking Sophie and Navu were two different characters. But it's brought
Oh,
up that Sophie bought tickets to Brussels.
uh,
Um,
using Robert's credit card. Yes.
yes, but Robert was present with her, so Robert still bought it, but it was under her name.
I remember it saying it was under Robert's credit card. So they found her car at the train station, and Robert's credit card was the one that for the two tickets was used for the two tickets.
Yes, but they were together.
The implication is that they're together because her car's at the train station. Yes.
But even us, the audience, know that
Yes.
because
Okay.
they're together. They didn't split up.
What are you setting up for?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm
You've
getting at
lost me.
why isn't it like why do they assume that they're split up and that Sophie like stole Robert's card?
No, I don't think that's. I don't think they were confused about them splitting up.
Why not just say Robert paid for tickets?
They do. I'm so confused, Springs.
They
Sorry.
said Sophie used Robert's card, like Sophie stole Robert's card to pay for these tickets. Like it was by herself. Like the evidence they have is just her because of her car. They know that they're together, or the police chase of like the tracker on Robert, they found out that that's not him. So he would be somewhere. Maybe at this point they still think he's lost because Sophie's car is the only thing tagging Sophie. But it seems enough evidence that they're together then. But it just seems like they're like, oh, we don't know where Robert is, but what we do know is that Sophie used his card to pay for these tickets. Is there not enough evidence already knowing that Robert's there too? That Robert didn't just pay for him? It seems like a very silly line.
I'm I think you misheard the or misread the line because I just went back to subtitle it. I They said that they found Sophie Navu's car um at the train station, and they found that 2 tickets were paid for to Brussels with Robert Langdon's card. I don't I'm not getting what you're putting down, Springs, sorry. For me, it's like they know they're together, so they just assume that they're together.
Okay.
So, like, I didn't get the implication that that she had stolen the card from him, Robert. To at least
Okay.
the police
Well,
perspective.
okay. Well, no, I I understand the clarification now because my
Okay.
confusion is still with the notes thinking Navu and Sophie are two separate people
Oh, okay.
at that point in time.
I see.
Being with
Okay,
the line
yeah.
you just said now going back, it gives the evidence that they are together and just clarifying Sophie's car, his card, 2
I
tickets.
see, I see. You're
Easy.
right, my bad. I
In my
forgot
head,
your
I'm like,
notes have that context, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I'm like, Sophie bought 2 tickets with Robert's card for Navu, a different person to go to Brussels. I'm like, very odd.
Well, I'm glad
But
that got
again,
cleared
that's
up.
them not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, but it's
yes.
them again not in the context of that saying that Sophie and Navu are the same people because they refer to the car as Sophie's and the tickets for Navu.
Yeah, because for them,
I mean,
Sophie and Nuvu is the same person, so they wouldn't really
Yes,
need
but
to
onto
isolate them.
me wasn't connected.
Yeah.
yeah. I will jump to I'll do some stuff at I like Teabing's introduction. He quizzes Robert at the door. Um that's definitely a scene for the books. Like I like this scene I think could be cut for the film's expediency, but I'm happy it's here because that's how Teabing introduces himself in the books. He quizzes Robert at the entrance to Chateau Livet through the intercom.
I'd keep it. I think it does a good job establishing their friendship or banter.
It also keeps continuation with this movie not having any cameras for evidence, and simply everything's just audio. So I guess that's a way to check that Robert is Robert.
Do they have footage of the police arriving? I feel like they did at the estate.
Mhm. Um, it's they. I know that they
Right at the
saw the
front door.
news, and that's what changes everything. And then Silas
Yeah,
comes in. Then they hear the police rolling up because of the gunshot. So I don't think they need to see the camera to know that
no.
the police were coming.
Actually, it does seem like all the evidence they have is just audio, or they can only use audios. Like even the barn stuff of the Grandmaster and the 3 other Guardians, like it's just audio. They're on tapes. There's no video proof of anything being recorded.
It is 2006, so there weren't as many cameras around as today. But I mean, I
Yeah,
still
but
stand
that
with what I
doesn't
said at the
excuse the
Louvre that
Lou.
there should have been
Like,
cameras at the Louvre. So
I think that's the only egregious one. The Louvre would have had some sort of camera footage.
but that's still keeping the consistency throughout the movie that it's all audio based.
just so I clearly understand, Smix, you're not hinting that this universe doesn't have cameras, right? You're just saying that the movie's
No,
stuck with
that's not what
audio.
I'm hinting at.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All right. Glad that's cleared up. Then yeah, there's a lack of cameras that were implemented in this.
I agree.
Yeah, if
Uh,
Robert can look up things on the internet on someone's little phone, they got cameras.
yeah, that is cutting out that little thing of looking up on the phone. That is cutting out a hefty chunk of the book.
But did they go to an actual library and stuff instead of
Yes,
taking a
they
phone.
go to an actual library,
Yeah.
and the librarian actually knows who Teabing is because Teabing always comes in every few months for other things to research about the Grail.
The Grail.
The Grail,
Not that one.
Sangreal.
Which, go figure. I prefer that one.
Spoilers. For that one, interesting.
It's not really a secret
What,
which Grail I prefer. So
what would have happened if they used the scrambled version of the code?
It would have locked out.
Is that just an
My
yeah? But is that just another 50-50 blind luck coincidence plot armor?
If Langdon shows it,
no.
I'd say yes. Sophie said it because she knows her grandfather. So it was an educated hunch because Sophie did it. That's how I read it.
So
I,
I'm not. It's not quite 50-50. I I would probably put it as more 90-10 because it is
that's
an
pretty big.
educated hunch.
Oh, geez, that seems like
I
a
wouldn't go
real
that
jump for
high,
me.
but it's more
No,
than 50-50 because Sophie knows her grandfather. So that's how I have it.
okay. I still have it as a nitpick though,
I would like to
because
know. Oh, just keep going. Sorry.
well, she knows of her grandfather, but they don't have a great connection, which is what Robert brings up. Of like, you know all these things about him, but you don't talk to him. So it's like at a point or a time she knew of him. So it's like inference of what she's going off of, but it's not like a guarantee. She's like, oh, I know it's going to be this.
No, it's not a guarantee. That's why they look still worried about doing it.
Yeah, which is, I think, a movie moment.
It is. I would like to know what happens when an incorrect code is input. Is the
Oh, the
item
code locks out.
Well,
destroyed?
Yeah.
Is there like a 1 year
no,
refresh
no.
where you
It's
can try again? Like,
don't know how long the time is, but the banker did say it's disabled after one attempt.
yeah,
So then it's probably on a cooldown of some sort. I don't think that the stuff inside is destroyed.
to protect
Yeah.
the original owner's
The Bank of
property,
Zurich does
destroy it.
not destroy their items, but as far as I understand it, it does lock you out, and to uh, that person will not be able to uh, try again for a while. I think.
Yes. Going off of American knowledge, it would be between 14 to 30 business days. Or 14, either 15 to 30 or 14 to 28 business days.
When did the Fibonacci sequence exist? When did that happen?
When was it invented
Yeah.
or discovered?
Yes. Because
Well,
presumably you can't change your password here, and that's
yeah. Well, the Fibonacci sequence is the codex, like the coding system, was invented in uh, BC years. So like really early. I want to say. I'm trying to remember the first reference I read. I think it's like the first reference I personally read was something to about like 100 BC, 200 BC. For the Fibonacci sequence itself. As for what the Fibonacci sequence is, it is rearranging a bunch of. You can put a bunch of random numbers and then put that in the Fibonacci sequence, which is what Jacques Seigneur did with the numbers. So the numbers aren't specific to the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence is a specific cryptology thing or codex thing.
I was thinking because this password would have to be as old as the bank. So if Fibonacci sequence existed later than the Priory, then
I have
the
two
timeline
answers.
wouldn't really fit. Okay.
One is the sequence was stated in formula by the French-born mathematician Albert Gerard in 1634. That is one reference point of Britannica.com. The other one is from a Quora answer that it was Leonardo da Pisa, alias Fibonacci, the son of Bonanacci, uh, in 1202.
Both of those would be
Yeah,
after a couple of the events that were mentioned in this.
yeah. I'm referring to how the sequence being described in Indian mathematics, which is the BC stuff.
Well, that's something that the Templar probably wouldn't have info on though.
Okay, yeah, that is. Sorry, it's off of Wikipedia. I know how some people feel about that, but that is listed as the Indian mathematics as early as 20 BC or 200 BC. Sorry, in Pingala.
Hmm. What a web.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
the
would say
Templars would know that.
Take them
I
with a grain
mean,
of salt, audience. Sorry.
if we're gonna go with the explicit history stuff, since we're kind of on it, this film tends to just stretch history a little bit, uh, in the sense of the way that it's phrased is like, oh yeah, and the church would spend like the the church is supposed to be inherited by a woman, and then Robert says, um, like, well, if that's true, then that would be the greatest insult of what happens next, because the church publishes a manuscript about how to hunt down free-thinking women. And Ian McKellen throws the book at him. That book in history would have taken place almost 800 to 900 years after Mary Magdalene escaped. So it's not right after. The film does stretch history a little bit in that sense.
Okay, because the Temple Church, the Templar Church, was founded or constructed in 1185. At least that's what the movie stated,
Yeah.
which would take place before the Fibonacci sequence of the 12, whatever that one was. Um, so I feel like it doesn't really match being the Fibonacci sequence.
Well, I mean, the Priory could have just decided to use the Fibonacci sequence. I don't necessarily see an issue that it needed to be invented before, like at the time that they were building the church. Like all this could have happened afterward. Not far too long afterward, but to a degree. Whenever the safety deposit box was there.
Well, the bank's been around since banking, oldest bank.
Yeah,
And it
but
doesn't
they were
seem like the
talking
place
about
that allow you to change your password.
well, that's if depending if they have access. So whether or not the bank was around since the beginning of banking, maybe they didn't. The Priory wasn't with them since the beginning of banking.
I suppose
The
that's true.
Priory
We
could
don't
have,
know when they did it.
yeah, the Priory could have made their deposit much later on and chose the Fibonacci sequence.
Fair enough. Don't have that knowledge.
I don't know.
Definitely a tangled web of history,
But now
though.
I know there's 3 different dates tied to the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah,
Of some instances, yeah, or importance or connections or something.
yeah. And I'll reiterate what you said, Springs. Audience, take it with a grain of salt.
Yep.
This is not my area of expertise for history.
Something though, on the other hand, that I do know that I did like was the banker telling the police that he had to get out with the armored truck because he had to make a scheduled stop and he doesn't have the keys and all his quick witting to get around leaving. And when pointed out, it's like, oh, does every truck driver have a Rolex? And his immediate quick thinking is like, oh, it's a fake. Someone scammed me.
You want it? $30?
Like
$40?
I like how quick, like wit he is in that.
Yeah, he's
Also, yeah, for a guy driving an armored truck with probably valuables to try to sell something to someone is pretty funny.
it's I agree. It's an underrated thing of the film for sure for me. I did enjoy that a lot. It's also very book accurate too, so thumbs up for that. It's pretty much word for word that dialogue sequence he has with Lieutenant Collet. I will jump to Silas just brutally murdering the nun. It's just like a
It was
one
quick.
tap thing, yeah.
She didn't even know
But
what was
it's
happening.
yeah,
Desecrates the house of God. Sorry, another Paul Bettany movie.
I don't know what his plan there was, because she was kind of, as far as he was aware, the last connection to anything.
He's a
yeah,
troubled
but
boy.
she wouldn't know. That's at least as far as Silas is concerned.
He knows she knows
I would
stuff. He doesn't really know her limits.
Yeah.
He killed the other
It would be
four that
interesting.
would know anything. So
It would be interesting if he had showed regret and then just before he fell into prayer, I think, like to realize that he might have given away the last piece of evidence that he could get that night.
yeah, if he was praying like, please tell me there's other routes, or calling the bishop, being like, I screwed up, I killed the last link, or something of some form of regret of that choice, because that could have been
He
the end
would
of his.
acknowledge it, I
That could have
think.
been the end of his
Yeah.
journey right there, as a
Uh,
failure.
yeah. I do like that Silas kills her, but I do think that it could have come again later on to make, I guess, the scene more important retrospectively.
Because ultimately, it doesn't affect the story all that much. Actually, the little fake out there. So Silas just gets the information from the police through the bishop, anyways.
Yeah.
The only thing that scene really adds is that the four guardians sanked up a lie. That's all it really amounted to.
It's the lie they were all trained to give.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that Jackson one of the reasons Jacksonier went through the effort of desecrating his own body and leaving all these hints is because he realized everybody else was that knew the secret was killed. Because
Except for all the people at the temple at the end.
well, yeah. Um,
Yeah, that's probably one of my biggest issues or flaws with the Priory is it feels limited, but then by the end, it doesn't feel limited anymore.
It's like they really take the secret in secret society to heart, and they just hide themselves. It's like they're there to protect. It's like they're stated. What are they doing to protect it?
Living their lives, not
Silas kills
dying.
4 of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the protection there? Like, we
And
don't even know if those 4 got replaced.
I don't know. It's weird because Lee had at least those four surveillance. Who knows if he had other members of the Priory also being watched? And he probably has
all we
them
have is that
tracked, right?
all we have is a yeah, he has all his suspects tracked because Robert Langdon says explicitly you still have lists of all those people who are potentially on the Priory, right, Lee?
That's good foreshadowing too.
Yeah.
um, so presumably they went to that church, all of them. So kind of be a place I would think Lee would go to.
Yeah, I agree. I that's uh what would that fall under for me? It's a plot convenience and a character nick, I think, for Lee.
Ooh, a double whammy.
Yeah, I think it's a more of a plotting issue that affects Lee's character.
Right? Springs, what are your thoughts?
I think I have it as a nitpick. It's just one of those things that could have been flowed better into its pacing or structure. I mean, I don't want to give the excuse like extended edition makes everything better. That's why it's extended versus theatrical. But like stuff is
Yeah,
added for a reason to make it better. So little things should still be covered.
yeah, I agree.
That's not saying every
And
movie's perfect or can be perfect. That's not what I'm getting at, just in case
yeah,
people
and
think that's what I
very
mean.
clearly, not every extended edition improves the film. Looking at Zack Snyder's work over there.
Looking at ET. Yep.
Walkie talkies.
Oh, I hate it. But yeah, no, I'll just have it as a nitpick.
I mean, I guess it my I guess the reason it's a plotting issue for me is in slash I might actually go into world building instead of plotting because I don't know how the priority secret society functions. So like they have their they have the three Senescio and the Grand Master, the Priory, but they might not ever go to the church because they're in the most publicly exposed positions or something to that effect. And the Priory could have a security system in place as to why they they don't necessarily ever show up to church, and that would lead to T being not finding it. That being
Writer, what
said, that's a
you have titles, you don't have roles.
yeah. I don't have anything else for how this secret society functions. Um, we get well, theoretically, I haven't seen the movie in a long time. Theoretically, a lot more for the opposing antagonist group in the following film, at least in the book. But yeah, the Priory of Scion, we don't get much of their function other than titles, as you say, Springs. Because if we got more on their function, that could answer our questions here with why this, why all of them are seemingly so fine with what's being segregated from the main four like titles.
Yeah. We're told they care, but we're never shown how much.
Yeah,
Other than I guess um, the grandfather.
yeah.
Or
I
their
mean, because
knowledge.
there's their
Because do they
yeah. I
just
mean,
know
because I
this
mean,
is an important place and don't know about the records room? And that's what the four
That's
know? The four
could
know
be.
about the
They could
record
just be
room?
followers.
But
yeah,
it's
it could be all.
not stated.
It could also be the fact that like once they know their four like top members were assassinated, they all congregated to this area specifically as in a state of emergency or whatever. But I don't know the levels that I'm operating here for the Priory. I can only guess.
Yeah, don't know. But it doesn't mm, fully change the movie, but it's not unexcusable,
Yeah,
which is the reason
solid.
why Silas is able to kill them all.
Yeah. In terms of the Priory in general, the all I'm missing is just the how the secret society functions. I can theoretically infer why things are the way they are if I had some of that.
Actually, does Silas know the one shot he shot at the grandfather who killed him?
Yes, he shot him in the stomach. That gives him a very specific amount of time before he dies.
Okay.
He
It
doesn't
just
know
seems
definitively.
a little. Yeah, but it's a little sloppy on the assassination then.
It's definitive in the
Is that
book. I will
confirmed
not say it's
kill?
definitive in the film.
Yeah.
Silas is fine with him suffering because obviously he's a church fanatic and he's arguably one of the church's biggest enemies, according with how the film depicts the priory versus the church. Um, so this is definitely something I think the book gets across really quickly and in a better fashion. Within the film, yeah, it's a sloppy kill. I agree.
I mean, if you shot him in the
I don't.
head or something, the movie wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it's
True.
very lucky he didn't get executed.
Well, I guess on the bright side, well, we do see the flashback of him killing the other guardians, but I guess on the bright side, we're not seeing him headshot them all.
Yeah,
Then it's like, why is the grandfather one stand out differently?
Difference
yeah.
being
I
there
mean,
was a barrier here. The others didn't have a barrier.
yeah,
Yeah, but
there's
did
a
he have
barrier
one
here,
bullet in
and
his
the
gun?
alarm went off. Yeah,
Oh yeah, he didn't double tap or anything. So I think he should have double tapped him or sextuple tapped him. I don't know.
I just think his last sight of the grandfather should have been his knowledge of thinking he's dead, versus then seeing him still in fear, breathing from being shot and leaving.
Sure, some visual
That's
indicator
him
of him
going
not
like, "Oh,
moving.
he'll die. He'll be fine." Or he won't
yeah.
be
So he
fine. Like it'll
shoots
be
him.
fine.
He shoots
So
him. The grandfather topples over and just lays like dead still.
Plays
I
dead.
think that
yeah, for a
would be
bit
a good
until Silas leaves, and then he
visual.
gets up and goes does his thing before he bleeds out.
Yeah, I think that would be all I would need to fix that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um, I thought it was a wild, crazy tone shift. Maybe not for the two of you, since you've seen this far more than I have. But when Robert's in the back of the armored truck having his panic attack, and Sophie tries to calm him down, and it goes to Sophie's memory of her mom, and it's very much like calming piece of like Sophie comforting Robert, and it then jumps to Sophie's mom getting decimated by a truck.
I
A
think I'm
very
okay
big
with that.
like
Yeah, you
it
finish
feels a
things.
little plot-like because then it's immediately going to Sophie not having parents or into the car crash versus a different instance of Sophie with her loving parents, remembering like one thing of her mom, of like how she comforted her when she was younger, showing the love for her parents that are missed versus all that we have of Sophie and her parents is just remember they died.
for me, it tracks in a way people tend to sort of remember their trauma. So I guess it didn't
Yes.
really
It
work. It sorry.
oh, sorry, it just to me, it feels like Sophie's trauma outstands that of her love from her parents.
Um, yeah, maybe it does. Because I mean, for her, she's a very, very limited. She was 5 or 6, right? Or was she 8 when they all died? I know she
In
died.
the
They were. She was
paper, she was 6. Her brother was 4.
okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, she spent 6 years with her parents, and then however many years as an adult. So she's been around a while. So her memory of her parents is very limited, likely to compare to the rest of her life. So I don't. It is a very sharp tone shift, but with a like one of the few happy memories you would have of your parents, I think at that point would track into your the big memory of trauma at the end of that, because it's kind of hard, I guess, for people to separate that. At least that's been my experience with people, so I'm speaking anecdotally here. Um, but yeah, I mean, it is a sharp tone difference. I'm not going to disagree with that. Um,
I've always liked like the archive room. I think it looks cool. I think seeing the visuals of like the family trees and the images of the previous grandmasters, though the order of them don't make much sense to me. Where you got all these like old ones and then you got the current guy in line. Uh, but just the visuals, seeing like folder documents, then scrolls because it's just older, makes more sense. I would prefer if they were like temperature controlled or locked or something
yeah,
going on.
something more obvious like the Vatican archives,
Mhm. Hinting a little bit, are we? Um, and
maybe.
then just yeah, just the room is cool. The music that was going on while they were just taking in everything and realizing what's around them. I think it was a pretty good crescendo of events.
I agree. I don't have much to add on that. My nitpick for the scene is the same as yours. I wish it was more obvious temper controlled environment to like make it seem like they're working harder to preserve these documents.
Yeah, and I wish we saw Robert follow all the lines to back his line of "You're the last heir," because it kind of felt like he just pulled that out of his rear. You're the last living heir. Robert, we kind of miss a scene of you tracking the end of all the family trees here. You don't have enough to say that.
Has Sophie said all of her family died in the accident?
And that still leaves like uncles, cousins. There's more than
Yeah,
just
but
parents.
don't don't know.
That would go into maybe the church did hunt them all down. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so a little bit more time, I think. A few more seconds spent of Robert following all the trees and being like, "Wow, they've all been axed. You're the last one."
Yeah, that would be. It would make the line feel a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, because me, it just felt
Or the
unearned.
reveal,
Like, how does he
Yeah,
know that?
especially since the line beforehand is like, "Oh, when we have the bones of Mary Magdalene, then we'll specifically know the descendants."
Yeah, and up to this
So it's
point,
just
he
like
didn't
a
even believe this.
guess.
well, he believes it now in this scene, but he's a
Yeah,
skeptic the whole film, which it adds a lot into his dynamic with Teabing, which I really love.
Yeah.
Uh, I'll jump to a question. Was the bullet casing thing a deliberate move from Robert Langdon?
I think so, and I also hope
The
so.
movie plays off that it is.
All right. That's good. That is a thing that happens in the books. I was curious because the book is, or here it's a little bit, there's a little bit more open for interpretation, but in the book, it's very much Robert Langdon's only like last ditch idea that he can come up with.
Yes, the movie does pose to me that it doesn't seem like an accident to just hit the little bullet casing. It seems like intentional foot placement to get it there.
Lucky that the guy shot the gun in the first place.
Yes, That is
Lucky they
the
didn't get hit by
convenience.
the ricochet at all either.
Did cross
That's
my
also
mind.
true. Uh, I found it very funny at an hour 04 20 seconds. After they're like, okay, I'll get in the driving seat, and they take out the bank guy, and he's on the ground. That that timestamp just shows a little shot of another bullet casing on the ground for like a second and cutting away. And I just thought it was so funny that they chose to just show like like the movie going like you failed. This is why you failed, like showing the bullet casing again
I also don't know why they didn't kick his
versus
gun
just not having
away
it.
or something. They left it and then ran for the door.
I suppose, yeah.
I
I mean, they
it
already
would
know the
make
police are
more.
after them, but
Yeah, I would have liked Sophie to try and make for the gun, and maybe Robert talking out of it because I don't think Robert would have gone for the gun
Well, I mean,
character wise.
well,
I'm
no,
just
we've
like
already
kicking it out
shown.
of the way. I mean, they just
Yeah, we've already
ignored it.
shown previously when the guard in the loo, Sophie says, "Give me your gun," and holds the gun at him, and they drop the painting. Which is also a nice detail that we see as they're running. She throws the gun off to the side as they're leaving the loo. Uh, but I'm like, oh, that leaves fingerprints. Like that's evidence, but they already know that. So maybe in this is like the armored truck got away, could have been stolen by someone else, and they're not leaving more evidence of present.
I
But
mean,
that
kid
never
could have
comes
been
across
someone.
as a thought of Sophie explaining or anything.
Mm. So I guess more on the driver banker guy. I don't really know how the police got to him because I doubt he called the police. And up until that point, it's not really relevant to him, like why the police would be following him or anything.
I assume he called. I assume he just called the police.
Why that automatically incriminates him in abetting criminals.
Well, he's from the bank, right? So when he had to go in for the hospital, I assume that they got his ID.
But why would
I
they
mean,
care
okay,
about his ID? He was just a normal dude. He's not tied to them in the eyes of the law. No one's connected this guy to them at all.
well, he helped them escape.
The police didn't know that. Is what I'm going at. I don't know why he would contact the police or why the police would be watching him.
Oh no, okay. No, this does tie into one of my issues. Going through my notes. Um, yes, I think I agree with what you're saying. Now that I understand, I it's kind of a jump on how he gets to from being in the middle of the forest to being in a hospital bed to be interrogated by Fash.
Yes. That's something I think the movie needs to explain. Because if he calls the police, then yeah, he's incriminating himself for um, embedding criminals, helping them escape police. Um, and if they're watching him the whole time, like one, why? He's, they had no suspicion of him. And two, it's not like they're tracking him because they needed him to activate the tracker in the car. Any thoughts on that, Sprinks?
It's a good point. Just jump into the hospital interrogation with him because it does seem like in the armored car they got away from the police. Like they're not looking for them in that direction anyhow. So it is kind of an unexcused point of how he was found,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, uh, I think I'm in
and it's
agreement.
all within the same night, too.
And it's critical plot wise because that's how Silas gets the information that they're going to the estate because the GPS.
Yeah, I'm at a flaw. I think looking over my notes again for this. Yeah,
Yeah, I have that as a flaw. I can see that.
I'm in agreement. Flaw.
the only reason it's not a problem is because it does have an easy fix that could be implemented. They just didn't implement it. I'll jump to uh Fash and Kole having uh where Fash opens up to Kole about why he's determined to hunt Robert Langdon down. I actually do like that Kole, now that he understands, doesn't really judge Fash. He's like, okay, I'll help you out. Here's the clue. Here's the next piece that you need, pretty much.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought
yeah,
their
it seems like they're
partnership.
a team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like that. He's enough to stand his ground and be like, "Hey, what's up? What's going on?" But he's also friendly enough, buddy enough to still help him out.
Yeah.
All right, Silas. I do appreciate how he just visibly looks disappointed by who the teacher is. It's not just confusion, but it's just he seems disappointment. Like he just looks like a businessman or something. He doesn't look like a man of faith or anything like the bishop. You know, he looked disappointed.
Yeah.
At least that was my read
I
of the acting.
yeah, this is
I got shock
it is definitely a bit of shock there. This is
because Silas was the one who questioned if Remy was the
yeah,
teacher.
yeah. I think the scene is okay otherwise. I think that Remy plays the part okay and enough that's convincing to Silas. Book wise, this was a scene that I was kind of disappointed in for the film because in the book, Remy introduces himself as someone who works for the teacher. Um, and they both have a phone call with the teacher at a certain point, and they both think the other person is going to be eliminated, which is kind of funny during the book sequence. So
Hmm.
you missed out on a lot of like almost morbid humor, uh, given the context of the scene in the film. It still works. I have no issues with it, but I just find it funny you missed out on some of the morbid humor.
Yeah, I think based on what you described, I kind of prefer what we do have the little fake out that for Silas teacher.
Yeah, Silas thinks that Remy has overstayed his usefulness for the teacher, and then at the end of then we switch over to Remy's POV, and he's like, oh, "Poor Silas, you know, lost his usefulness to the teacher." So I'm not describing the scene well, but I think I prefer the book one a little bit more, but I think the one in the film works just fine. I have no issues with it.
Okay. I find it a
Springsteen.
little odd. Yeah, I find it odd that it took so long, and maybe it could have just been trust for Sophie or on to Sophie, but it took so long for Robert to bring up Lee that he had to wait for police involvement and then being chased by the police and then Sophie's involvement and then go into hiding and then finding the key and the clues and the safety box, all of this to then just tell Sophie, "Hey, I know a guy who's like an expert in this. We should go check
Well,
that."
Well, that's
they're looking for a place to lie low for a while.
Well, true, but even all the like, I feel like involve Lee if Robert already trusts Lee to begin with to aid in solving this when he's giving like ideas of what could be and could not be.
Well, you have to remember he's also at this point still agnostic about the whole thing. He doesn't really buy that it's the real grail that they're chasing
Yeah,
until like
so that's
enough
why.
symbols and piles up.
Yes, but even with the information he has on that, then that should be going over to the expert that Sophie's believing or Robert's believing that Sophie thinks he is. It just seems like a lot of steps to get to Lee when it's even brought up, oh yeah, he's here in France.
Don't get me wrong, I want more Ian McKellen too.
Well, that's not what I'm getting at. I just think it's
I know.
a little dumb on
I know
Robert's
it's not.
part.
I know that's not what you're getting at. I'm just cracking a joke. Um,
Yeah.
I mean,
hmm,
what would be the time to
I
be brought up? Because I feel like just the
A
key
police
is not
involvement?
enough. Huh?
the police
I
involvement.
think police involvement.
Like dragging him to the Louvre? Like, what's police involvement?
After they've done the Louvre and Sophie's running with him and they threw the track in the bathroom, it's like, okay, all this involvement on the situation at hand involve Lee because he's connected.
No,
He doesn't know
not
that
enough
it's about the
information.
Grail yet.
No, I think getting the cryptex is is enough for him to start connecting dots to bring Lee involved.
Once he gets the cryptex, that's when he's got enough evidence to stuff to get Lee involved. I think because I don't think Robert would want to get Lee involved because he's his friend. Up until a certain point, anyway.
Hmm. I guess then in that sense, I just don't understand Robert's character.
I don't get the. So, what is different about Robert here then? How are you confused?
His uncertainty of the situation at hand, with the brought up of the crime scene with uh, Fesh, just the whole thing. It's like, oh, it could be this, but it also could be this by the symbol's meaning. It could mean this, and the connection to the religion and Da Vinci and the connection of all this, and all these things of what it could be, without being certain of what it is, and realizing how important this is getting by now hiding and running from the police and involvement in that, and then the key involvement and all that, just being like, hey, I know a guy who's an expert on the Grail, but still is far more involved in the religious aspect of all this, who could help us, who's here in town. I
Well,
just feel like if
Lee's
he's not certain of his own beliefs of what he's doing for the sake of the intensity of the environment, includes someone he trusts in it far earlier than to a point of breaking.
I
if
just
he
feel.
doesn't know the. Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry, you first.
I just feel like you're valuing his involvement with the Grail too early because you get the key and he sees the fleur de lis and connects that to the Priory, but to him it's just a fleur de lis. You can find one of those at your thrift store. It's once you get to the cryptex and the super crazy secret bank that's like, okay, this is legit stuff now. Up to this point, it's not really anything relevant to where you would warrant an expert's opinion. He doesn't know what the key goes to. He doesn't know what's happening. He just has a key
I
with a
just
fleur
think
de
Lee
lis
is
on
more
it.
knowledgeable than just the Holy Grail.
What
I don't think that's the only knowledge
What
he
do you think
prizes. And
Robert
maybe
needs
that's what
out
just
of
ticks
Lee
off
with the
Robert.
key? Do you think
Understanding the connection to
Lee
the
knows
religious
where the key
aspect of,
goes to?
I think Lee could have insight on it and more connection to the crime scene and all that was found with the Da Vinci connections.
Yeah,
Since that is a
that's
prime
it.
example in the ballroom he brings up about the painting.
Yeah, I think we're to agree to disagree on this one.
Okay. I think it's shown Lee has far understand. I know Holy Grail is like his top priority thing, but he has so much knowledge already on Leonardo da Vinci's connection to all of this and the religious aspects that the crime scene is connecting that of the works of the Mona Lisa and the Madonna rocks, if that's what that was called, and the other paintings there, to Robert knowing, hey, I know a guy who knows stuff about this. And I'm uncertain right now. Let's get another opinion.
What do you think Robert's objective is?
To go home safely.
And how does he do that?
By following on with Sophie, I suppose, because she's making him believe that because of the tracker and everything that's going on with how Fash has been interacting with Robert or Robert, that it's no, you're going to be tricked, you're going to do all this, you're being framed and caused. So now it's to clear his name.
By solving this random puzzle that the grandpa carved on himself.
Yes, because that's the only clue he has to go off of because of the death involving his involvement to be a suspect.
And as far as these characters know, they don't know if this is tying to the killer or not. It's just a puzzle.
Yes, with elements that would be connected to what Lee knows.
What I'm kind of get at is why does Robert even go through with this whole puzzle thing? If his primary objective is just to prove of his innocence and avoid police detection. He doesn't know that this solving this will absolve or figure out who the killer is.
No, but I think he has more trust into Sophie than
He doesn't even know
Fesh.
her.
No, he doesn't, and that's the whole confusion in the bathroom.
Right? Anything to weigh
He
in,
trusts.
Ryder? Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I'm adding onto this so far is he trusts Sophie because um, it's once he realizes that he's got the tracking dot, he realizes that Fash is setting him up more or less. So he does start trusting her then, but it's not really until they reach they're driving away in the truck, the bank truck, where they have a chat about. Uh, I think that's where they have no, maybe it was when they were in Sophie's car. They have their first chat about Robert's trying to figure out what his place is and all this. Still, yeah, it's not okay. Yeah, again, I don't really have any issues with the T being brought in later. I'm kind of with Crimson on that one. I don't. It's not enough Grail connections for him to want to bring Teabing in yet. History wise, he
Do
does
you
a
think?
decent job of explaining the history and the religion
Okay,
aspects to it.
so you both explained to me that Robert's understanding of Lee is only for his expertise on the Holy Grail.
No.
No, it's not until the Grail significance starts popping up more that Robert decides to involve him because that's out of his depth.
That sounded like around. I don't. Sorry, in my head, I just screamed. That sounded like a big circle that you just did. That didn't make sense. Not until the Holy Grail becomes more relevant to get Lee involved. But you just both just said the Holy Grail isn't the only thing Lee knows.
Lee also might know what's the best brand of toilet paper. He doesn't need to call him to the bathroom. I mean, just
Yes,
because someone knows
but
something
does
doesn't mean you need to get him involved.
but doesn't Robert know Lee's involvement with Da Vinci paintings to connect to the Holy Grail of what he cares for? Like steps into it? Or is that knowledge he is not knowledgeable about until the ballroom scene where Lee brings it up?
He knows Lee knows about the supper, Last Supper.
And is that not
Doesn't
a Da
make him a
Vinci
Da
painting?
Vinci expert. Just because you know one painting doesn't mean you know everything.
But you know, the last three paintings in the Louvre were all Da Vinci connected.
Once again, doesn't mean Lee knows anything about those paintings.
But he knows about a painting. Okay, just going in circles.
I don't get how you're connecting he knows one painting to now he's a Leonardo expert.
If I don't know a good example of this, if Crimson, you're an expert on the Mummy, and I got tasked with something that had the whale and it had Looney Tunes back in action and it had um, a blast from the past, like all these other Brendan Fraser movies, I'm going to reach out to you, even though I haven't seen the Mummy involved, to know that you have a connection to Brendan Fraser.
But that's because you know I like Brendan Fraser.
I know you have a thing for the Mummy, which is connected into what's going on right now. All that's going on isn't to do with the Mummy, but it has to do with Brendan Fraser. All these connections to the paintings are Leonardo da Vinci, which is something connected to Lee.
I'd see that as a false equivalency. Because you're drawing your connection of I like Mummy to I like Brendan Fraser, and then you ask Brendan Fraser stuff. We don't know Robert knows that Lee likes Leonardo da Vinci.
I like the Holy Grail, so I know about the Last Supper. That's the same example.
How do you mean?
You just said the Mummy to Brendan Fraser, and I said the
And then
Holy
you
Grail
extrapolated that
to
to
the
Brendan
Last
Fraser's
Supper,
entire filmography.
which is all the paintings are Leonardo da Vinci paintings.
Just because I like Mummy doesn't mean
It's not random paintings.
I like Mummy. Do I know Rachel Weisz movies? You're picking Brendan Fraser because you know I like
The
Brendan Fraser.
paintings are Rachel Weisz paintings.
Okay, I
I'm trying to
think
give an example. You're not getting it. Sorry
okay,
I don't
that I'm
think you're
not
getting
getting
my
the perfect
answer.
one to one.
okay. I think
I think
I
it's dumb
get
of Robert to wait for so long.
okay. I think I know what you're trying to say, Springs. Having listened to this, and I'm going to say it back at you, so that to try and hopefully get across that I understand it, and you can correct me where I screw up. So your issue with Robert Langdon not reaching out to Lee earlier is because they have a connection as established in the film. He's like, I know a historian friend. He's a Grail historian, etc. Whatever. And because he's been dealing with a lot of different variations of history this night, not all necessarily including the Grail, he should have reached out to Teabing earlier because Teabing has other expertise just beyond the Grail.
One of which Robert knows is Leonardo da Vinci's paintings. which is what's
Okay.
involvement currently with the crime scene he's connected to.
All right. I understand where you're coming from. So I
And
am
he's in
not.
town. It's not like,
Yeah.
oh, he's all the way out in the US. Like, oh, it's irrelevant right now. Can't get to him.
He's
Maybe a
in
phone call,
France.
but
Yeah, he's in France, at most a couple hours drive away. Um, I would say I'm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily think, again. I don't take an issue with the timing for Lee, but I understand why you do.
I think if he has someone else of aid that he trusts, opposed to a stranger of Sophie he just met, he would try to get more help,
Yeah, that goes into Robert's motivation. As
which is
far
why I
as
started
okay,
with all this. I don't fully understand Robert.
yeah, yeah. So Robert's character. I guess we could talk about this now because okay. First off, do we all understand each other's perspectives first on Lee being brought in late to the story, Furnace Springs, but was fine for me and Crimson? Are we good on that page?
I got what Sprinks is trying to
I think
describe.
so.
Okay. In that case, so let's move on to Robert's character then. Robert's character, I'm gonna go based off just the movie alone. He's a Harvard symbologist. He's in was brought in under the guise of expertise to a crime scene because Fash is actually trying to set him up to be arrested. From then on, his first instinct is to try and get to the embassy to try and also understand what's going on. He's then stuck with Sophie once they can't get into the embassy. So at that point, he's just trying to get more information on what's going on. They're working through clues and stuff. I don't think his first instinct was to flee, but once that got blocked off, he's then switched over to trying to focus on the puzzle and helping Sophie, as far as I understand his motivation. Does that track with the two of you, or do you have any differences so far?
That tracks for me.
I think that could. I think that can work.
All right, what was your perspective so far then? Because it sounds like I might have changed your mind, or you were had
I
it
just.
something different.
I'm trying to go off of someone's. I don't know Robert, just of what the film gives. But what the film's giving is that he does have a friend in town that he trusts and knows well enough to get through the codes later on that's explained to get inside, that an involvement of his expertise of the Holy Grail has trickles down of other things that are involvement of what's currently going on with him and Sophie. So his aid should come to mind when there's downtime, as explained after they get out of the loo, escaping the cops and being in Sophie's car until Sophie mistakenly floors it backwards for some reason. But like that downtime should give the rest time for him to think on the matter of what can
Yeah.
do it, of what can aid. And it isn't just like adrenaline rush, go, 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 we gotta escape, we gotta move until he gets time to settle down when they're driving the armored car.
Okay. I think when the stuff that you listed, because I'm not quite at the whole teaming stuff yet. We're just focusing on Robert's character. Where I differ with you is I view the time at the park their first moment of downtime.
Okay.
I'm not saying that he didn't have time to think on his way there in the car to the embassy, but they had a very different conversation, focusing more on like the things that are happening right now. And the first time he can slow down and properly think about other things is at the park, which is how they discover the Bank of Zurich key ultimately. So there is, if there were a time to bring Lee in earlier, he could have been referenced, I think, in the park scene. Whether or not they go to Lee immediately.
Okay. Best I got is a maybe. Because that wasn't in the film.
Yeah. Uh, and okay. Um, so to ask you another question, Springs, does your misunderstanding of, or do you not understanding Robert's character stem more from just specifically the teabing thing, or just Robert's character in general?
This instance of the just the teaming thing.
Okay. Okay, so this is just focusing on the teaming thing. Um, so just to make sure I understand you fully, do you understand the other facets of Robert's characters?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah. I'm not asking that in a derogatory way. I just want to know if like uh what you think who you think Robert is, I guess, beyond the teaming thing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So what do you who do you think Robert is beyond just the teaming thing, real quick? If you can
He's
sum it up.
he's a claustrophobic skeptic who likes to study the historian nature of symbols and symbology throughout history and how they depict change and how other people's perspective onto it can be taken differently, which is his whole beginning meeting he has with all the people, or not meeting, but his presentation
Students, yeah.
of like how something can be seen and depicted differently. Like Poseidon's trident is the devil's pitchfork, and that is his most interesting thing about him, that captivates him. So then that's what he fuels on. So when he sees things, it's not the initial first thought of what something looks like, but something that it could also be. Not saying the first thought is what it is or what it isn't.
Okay.
So that's why he's kind of skeptical about it.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's a solid
But I
grasp of
think
his.
with a lot of, yeah, which falls into what I had with that being him, a lot of uncertainty, but knowledgeable, could bounce off of that of a friend.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously a lot of potential. I won't deny that. There's a lot of potential of bringing involving teaming somehow earlier in the film, or at least referencing like a time where they had debated on stage or something like that. Because they're both academics. They clearly could have met before.
What they do is
Um,
they touch more on Sophie's connection with the little building grounds of Robert's connection to the grandfather, and that they had a joke, and then he pauses, and we don't get the joke till like the end of the movie, where he just calls him a flatfoot, which I think was a very flat joke.
Yes, it
But like
was.
that's the connection of characters they're trying to build off of and save Lee for later.
yeah. Because obviously, once Lee's story wise, once Lee is introduced, that's obviously a whole new crux and point of view of what's going on. Because Lee gives them all the context for what they're doing. Um,
Yeah.
all right,
So
and
all in all, from all this, I have it as a Nick.
very fair enough. Like I said, I don't have any issues where Lee's brought in. For me,
Yes.
it fits in with
Eventually,
the level.
something. Yeah, the cryptics would eventually trigger, which is what you're both going off of. I'm guessing of that is enough involvement at that point. Then of okay, this is enough to trigger into the Holy Grail, which is connection to Lee.
Yeah, and I think, and to give you a bit of a hold on, to give you more of a bone springs. One of the things, like, I think Lee could have come up with an earlier thing just in the way of Roberts maybe referencing a paper he once wrote in, like, when describing the histories at the park or something like that. That would be my way of introducing him a little bit earlier without necessarily directly involving him. Um, and additionally, one of the things the films could have also done better is show Robert's hesitation on involving Lee, because once he involves Lee, he knows he's going to get implicated along with the two of them.
That would help.
Yeah,
Yes, if
I
the
think
whole
I
scare is the involvement of police onto Lee being how crippled he is and like he's not spry, he can't get away if something bad happens, like that is his worry, then that would have been nice.
that would have been, I think, the easiest fix, I think, for your one of the fixes to apply to, I
Yeah.
think, what you're angling for. And I guess before we move on, Crimson, do you have anything you would like to add on to what Sprinks and I
Um,
have been saying back and forth?
if I was to involve Lee earlier, after the embassy is not an option, I would use Lee as a friend to get out, not as a friend to help with the puzzle. He could be okay. I have a friend who's got a private jet and could take me back home, and then Sophie could be like, "Well, the key. I might get the timeline wrong, but the bank is just over here. This could probably be after the park. Can we pass there first and then they do the whole cryptex thing. Like, oh well, maybe he can also help with this at the same time. That would be my way to incorporate him more as a friend for an escape, not friend for helping with the puzzle, because I don't think he has enough to involve him for the puzzle yet.
Okay. And I guess with that, Crimson, would you like to jump to another point?
Oh yeah, I don't even remember where I was going to go. I'll go. I guess
It's been a long
it
tangent.
has been a long one. The direct ending of uh, Robert at the Louvre kneeling, and just the music. It's the best part of the. It's the best music in the movie. This final bit, him kneeling. I've listened to it outside the movie. It's been a while since I have, but there was a period of time where I
Wow.
had that on repeat.
Wow. Hmm.
Disagree?
This is like Apollo 13.
It's generic music.
To me, all the music's adequate, just there.
Yeah, I would say all the movie here is. I'm in agreement. Most of the music is adequate. I do think that the music that sticks with me the most is the ending scene music here as well. I haven't listened to it on its own, but I also quite like the music from that scene.
Yeah, I like it. I also like how the sarcophagus looks like. We haven't really talked about the any visual aesthetic stuff, but I think the sarcophagus looks pretty nice. It doesn't look weathered. It doesn't look like 1500 years old or however
No,
old
it
it
looks
is,
kept,
but
upkept.
um,
Yeah,
that's
it
nice.
looks like Jacques Seigneur went down there to clean it every few months or something. You know.
Yeah, however long it's been there.
Yeah. I suppose in the
Um,
vein of that, then of visual situations and whatnot, of we've talked about. I think it was Joe versus Volcano. Tom Hanks's hair, at least the beginning of that movie. So hair and makeup. Uh, Crimson, did you ever get the impression of Tom Hanks's hair in this movie, Timothy Hutton?
Timothy Hutton. I need a refresh.
Nate Ford.
Ah, yes, and yes at the same time. Yes and yes. It's less curly, but it's got the same like, um,
Mulletish
yeah,
and hairline.
the hairline. That's what I was looking for. That very similar hairline.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't think it's quite fitting
eh,
for Tom Hanks.
this one's kind of tough for me because this is I don't know quite childhood movie, but close to middle schoolish. I kind of see it's
I,
anonymous.
I'm
I
a,
can't see anyone else play this role except Tom Hanks. I think he's pretty good for this role, but childhood nostalgia possibility for that answer.
I have a thing for people with long hair. Shock, shock, surprise, surprise, springs. I actually like Tom Hanks's hair in this movie and Angels and Demons.
But Da Vinci Code. Why did I say that? Inferno.
I said
Even
this
Inferno,
movie
we don't
and
know.
Angels
I
and
was meant to say
Demons.
Inferno, but
Yeah, Ryder hasn't seen Inferno yet.
yeah,
Don't know. Maybe it gets burned off.
Yeah, maybe it
yeah.
does. Went straight into hell. Uh, I like his hair. I'm curious, why do you not think it fits him, Springs?
I think it's just because of my iconicity of Tom Hanks always having like the shorter look of hair in a lot of his films and interviews and whatnot. So a bit oddly and different. And maybe it's just my connection to the most egregious one is the beginning of Joe versus Volcano. So I'm kind of connecting it to that. So I just,
That's
it's not terrible. It's not like a atrocious looking hairdo, but I just don't think it fits him of what I know him
it doesn't
as.
fit. It doesn't fit his iconic look. I'll
Yeah.
grant you that. It's like you watch, let's say, you watch an actor with like long hair in every movie, and then you suddenly turn on a movie and their hair is cut short and their hair is blonde or something like that. It
Yeah.
takes a minute to get used
I
to.
You know what? That's actually a really good. I just pieced it together. I don't know why I didn't before. Really odd that Robert and Silas in this movie later become father and son in here.
That is an interesting connection there.
That is very true.
Hmm.
It's very different.
That is interesting. I guess on the visual stuff, I do think like the flail or whip on the back looks really really good. It actually looks like there's
Oh yeah,
some flesh kind of
the makeup of
hanging.
the
The
damage. Yeah,
blood looks good. Some
Same with the
slight
legs too,
bruising.
with the
The
brace.
splint
Yeah,
thing. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I guess just a lot of
I agree.
the wounds in this look pretty decent. Even the bishops, which isn't that much.
It's a
It's
little too much
okay.
blood.
Um,
There's a little too much blood on his face for being shot in like the shoulder.
Yeah, there wasn't enough time for the blood
One
to splatter yet. Really,
one thing since we're on that scene real quick, one thing I do like about that scene is Silas's gun is empty when he points it at the police officer.
was
You
it?
can
Oh,
you can there's an angle of it where he's like putting it near his head like he wants like before as they're yelling at to put the gun down. You can see that the chamber is empty because the slide is popped back.
Hmm. Kind of prefer if it had ammo in it, so it's more intent of him, like death by cop, because obviously my understanding
ooh,
of the
yeah.
faith is you can't take
Um,
yourself out, right? Or else you go,
Well, yeah, he's not.
you
Well, he's
know,
not. He didn't commit suicide. He still intentionally chose to point at the police, knowing that they would kill him
yeah,
because it's still a gun.
yeah. So it's not
But
really like suicide, it kind of
but
was.
at that point, he's not trying to kill the police when he aims the gun at them. He's trying to get them
yes.
to kill him,
Exactly.
which is a nice detail I like.
Another nice little detail I liked, uh, I guess, in that piggybacking, when we're introduced to Remy, Lee is talking to him in French, and they're speaking French to each other. And then Remy's kind of in the background while they're having their talk, the three of them. And then the police show up or the involvement, and Remy comes in and speaks English and understands English. And I'm like, that's clever to know that Remy was able to eavesdrop here the whole when our introduction to him is that he speaks French. So he's not like just to assume like he can't.
Yeah, the books make more of a point of it, but uh, just to add a little more onto that, Remy is a French butler, and the reason Teabing hired him is because he can't stand British food.
Oh,
Which is,
well, yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. But our first introduction of Lee being in the intercom and he's speaking English to Robert makes us go, okay, so he speaks English fluently and it's fine. And that's how we see him. But him talking to Remy is in French, which I guess is just like the psychosis in the mind of like, okay, so he only speaks, which is why he's saying it this way. But then he doesn't. So I thought that was just cleverly done.
I agree. It was well executed.
You want to go somewhere with else Springs as well to back
Uh,
on top of your piggyback?
let's see. I'm thankful that this movie depicts a witch hunt that doesn't have to do with Salem.
That was
That's
one of your
true.
movie
Is that a first
bashing
for the
nitpicks.
podcast?
I don't know. It's just one of my biggest personal pet peeves. Is anytime there's like a witch hunt, it's like such a cop out thing.
Yeah.
Of,
The
like
benefit of
any
that
like
this is
dark magic.
yeah. The benefit of this is not in the Americas.
Yeah.
That's why that's
So
why
it's a nice little breath of fresh air kind of thing.
yeah, happy to provide you some relief, Springs. um, I like Fash's almost desperation when he goes up to the airport traffic controller. It's a uh, it's a brutal scene with him just beating up the aircraft controller until he gets the flight plan. But it's a nice lead into the desperation because he feels like God has given him this quest that he has to do. So he's on a crusade of his own, one might say.
Yes.
How long is this guy's break? Because the captain called
10
ahead for the
minutes.
Don't
plans,
know.
and then he gets there. He's like, "I got 10 minutes left," because there's the travel time that the captain had to do to get there, and he called
Be
ahead.
an hour.
Long break.
Air traffic control, hour lunch, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
Haven't worked in air traffic control.
Not likely, but yeah, I don't know.
At least this, he didn't get up there and he's meowing into the mic.
Yeah.
It's true.
Look at me, current events. Haha. Something I found odd. I have it as a nitpick because it's not explained, but it doesn't like change like almost anything. When the police get to the manor and they're like, "Where are they?" and they're searching for him, and Lee, Sophie, all them are in the barn in the jeep. Why is the intercom to the barn on inside the house for the police to be like, "Oh, turn it off," and know like the barn's connection?
Yeah.
I had a similar thought.
They intentionally leave it on as a misdirect.
Well,
That's
yeah,
why the
but
intercom is on.
they're in the
But it's also pointing
car.
to where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the time they get out there, it's gonna be too late.
Yes, but why
I
not
mean,
choose somewhere else where they
yeah.
aren't?
Well, it's because they want the voices to still attract them upstairs because they're in the barn. That's why their voices can come through the intercom. So it still
Oh,
distracts. Yeah,
okay. Make them think
yeah.
they're still in the house by the intercom. The intercom's connected to the barn, which is where they are. So, okay, that solves it for me.
Yeah, it's more explicit. It's a decent job of it in this, but it is better in the book in the sense that the barn is a little bit further away from the house too. So there's no they don't hear the rumbling of the car noise until like they don't see them drive off essentially. They
Yeah,
by the time they get to the barn they've already driven off.
that
So
helps.
like
My little thing with that then is then when they hear the voices, I feel like the police would have been like, "They're up here. Let's go." They're in this room versus just kind of still fanning out the house and one guy
yeah.
finding it.
I think the yeah, I can agree with that. The action direct I would have taken is have Collet bring the police with him, but like, telling them to be quiet. So like they're going to sneak up on the voices, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it just didn't seem that big of a distraction.
Yeah. But it is an intentional misdirect, yes. Uh Crimson, did you have anything to add on to that? Because I saw you
Not on
I think I saw your
that one, but I was gonna move to another thing.
okay.
The plane, their little magic trick, I suppose. I think it was pretty believable. I would have
I'm
liked
very
the
thankful they show us.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would have liked the police to have escorted them to the car and maybe stand with them because they're still suspects until they get cleared to leave. Um, but that's more nitpick. It's not huge, but it is believable how
My
they presented it. I think.
Yes, my question is, would Silas be that willing?
And not screaming, "Hey, yeah!"
Well, he can't scream, but like Robert and Sophie go out with him into the back of the car, and he's not like
Not going
fighting
limp or
them or
something.
running away. I mean, he gets out of. Well,
He's
no,
he's
never mind.
he's
That
jogging with
that's
them,
wrong.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Um
but he's not fighting them to maybe like in police custody. That's worse.
um I guess hmm.
I mean, Remy. This is all inferring, but Remy could have told him on the plane, "Hey, go with it."
True, we know they work together.
Yeah. In the car, Silas looks up to him like an assuring, like, we have a plan before going into the Templar thing. So he could have told him to go with the plan so they can proceed, but that's inference
Yeah.
on nothing.
Yeah, I think it's a nitpick because it's easily explained away with an inference. Um, I do think that the only aspect I could see from Silas's point of view is that if he gets caught with them, he can't fulfill his mission of destroying the Grail. He's at that point stops being useful.
Okay, looking for the perfect time to strike. All right.
Yeah,
I would have loved Captain yelling out the British captain, "You freaking let them go, you morons!" Blah.
Oh, well,
you want Fast yelling at other police again? That would be funny.
I mean, the British
uh,
didn't really try all that hard, all things considered.
not too much. No, they
Not
didn't
too
even
much.
check the car.
I mean, see, like I said, the benefit is that uh, Teabing's a cripple, so it's kind of hard to turn that like if you have sympathy and empathy as a police officer, it's kinda hard to
Yeah, but Lee weaponized it.
yeah, Lee absolutely weaponized it, but the police don't know that.
Yeah. Crimson, you bringing up the plane. The conversation that Robert and Sophie have on the plane before they start unpiecing the box, just like their talk back and forth, which I don't know how long it was, 7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. It seemed lengthy. It was nauseating.
Nauseating.
Whoever decided to have the cameraman having the shaky cam the entire conversation and not just like a still shot of them talking was sickening.
Hmm. Okay, I didn't really get those vibes, but more people are more sensitive to that type of sickness
It
than
was just a
others.
calm conversation. They weren't like freaking out from like turbulence or a situation of panic. It's them just having a conversation with one another about the situation at hand, and it's a shaky cam.
I want to preface my bullshit for you, Springs, real quick. So this is bullshit. But Springs, how are they supposed to know that the plane is moving and in the air without the camera shaking?
That was gonna be my retort.
Oh, that's right. It's like a
To
it's
show
like a
we're in
Mel Brooks
motion.
movie. They look over and they can see the camera crew. Yeah.
I mean, that's probably what it is,
But yeah, I
though.
just
That's just conveying motion on a
Yeah, I
plane.
assume that was the intention behind it. I'm kind of agreeing with Springs though.
yeah,
There's
just
no
have
fucking
clouds in the
turbulence.
window.
Yeah, there's no fucking turbulence. Like if there was a storm outside, yeah, it makes more sense. There's not though.
I don't know. It was very distracting.
I do love. Uh, it does hurt. Ian McKellen's such a great actor, so it does hurt me a little bit that he's the bad guy in this. Um, because it's like it is a betrayal. I do really love the when Robert tries to talk Lee out of like sticking with them because he's concerned and but leaving but oh, wow, that was dyslexia. Lee Teabing just like talks about how much he enjoys history and you can see like Ian McKellen's such a great actor. He just really sells the scene, I think.
Yeah.
It's like you may have given this old man the greatest night of his life, which is also true for the other aspect of his character too, because of how much he covets the Grail, willing to go through all of this to get a chance at trying to find it. And these two people have given him that chance, and now he finds himself on the on the quest rather than um, you know uh, getting it delivered to his home in a less enthusiastic fashion, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, his acting was good in this. Like, when he figured out Robert solved it. You solved it, didn't you? Blah 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 blah. Felt the
Well, that
passion.
was
Felt good.
lunacy.
Yeah,
um,
he was absolutely fanatic, and I love it. He's so like so passionate that he's like and harp, but he's he doesn't even care that he's being arrested. He's just happy that the history will stay alive.
and when Robert threw the codex, he said, "No, Robert." And the way he said those lines actually felt like there was
Oh,
hurt behind it. It's
yeah,
pretty
how
good.
could you, Robert? How could you? You could definitely hear the broke. He broke absolutely with the cryptex being. We're thinking that
Mhm.
the map got destroyed.
Yeah.
Turns out Ian McKellen, really good actor.
No way.
I know.
No way.
At an hour 44, 37 or 39, I think showing when it's showing like a flashback of the sarcophagus of like where Mary's sarcophagus of where it would be, there's very visible film grain. It's very grainy.
Oh yeah, a lot of those like flashbacks or
Oh yeah,
visual stuff like that have a lot of grain in them.
yeah. The flashbacks with Silas are just highly exposed, but the flashbacks with like the church and the Knights Templar and other stuff that tends to be very film grainy more so.
Yeah.
Which again is a nice little addition to the style, but it is very much you're right. It's just very film grainy.
And you're fine with that, writer?
What do you mean?
Well, earlier you brought up when we brought up the flashback between Sophie's and Silas's backstory that they were similar with the exposure, which you really preferred, rather than being different if it was like just Sophie's way or looking or a different way. Yet
Well,
this
it's
one showing historical events and not an individual person adds more film grain.
it's still in the same style of overexposure, so it's still keeping the style, but it's editing the style just slightly.
Interesting.
At least if I'm thinking of the right flashback sequence, anyway.
Okay. I see it as a different change.
Okay. Yeah, I don't view it. I don't view that as a deviation from the style. I view that as just like
Yeah.
a
Having two things of a baked potato, and one baked potato has butter and sour cream and stuff on it. Or no,
yeah
that's too much butter. Like
yeah
plain butter. The butter is yes, it's still the same base, but it's different.
yeah. That's a good analogy.
Sorry, my mummy one failed. So
No, no. Hey, it's a good analogy. Thumbs up.
yeah, I'm just going off of what you said prior. If this is still in line to that,
Yeah, it's because it has the same base. I'm okay with it.
okay,
If if it was potato, and like coconut, yeah, I'd have an issue.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Which I guess
And
put this in the film terms for this, it would be if I had overexposure, and then I got
kaleidoscope.
kaleidoscope. Yeah. Or like heat vision. I'd be like,
Oh,
what
yeah,
the fuck?
thermal. Yeah.
Thermal vision. I'd be like, what the fuck am I looking at, movie? that
And
that would
Crimson, I
be a
take it.
colossal break in the pattern.
Oh, yeah. Crimson, I take it film grain fine by you.
I actually kind of prefer the film grain over the overexposure. So
I mean,
yes, I guess
what's a baked potato without butter?
I'll just have the butter, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I knew that was gonna go. God damn it.
You touched on food around Crimson. You knew exactly where it was going.
I did. It's on me.
Okay. The little clue that was a knight rested at a pope, or by the how I didn't write down the actual line of what was said, but that a pope is Alexander Pope. Maybe one of
Yes.
you can help me. Was the A in the sentence capitalized? Was it like silence do good?
Um, I don't know the answer to that.
So the A is capitalized for like a name.
I
Because
have
if
to.
not, then that makes it much harder of a clue.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm gonna skip.
I'm not sure
I'm
on
gonna
that.
skip around real quick in the scenes. Give me a minute to look for it.
Okay. Because I think in the subtitles, because I watched it with subtitles, it was just A, but Pope was capitalized. And I thought that was just like the title of someone, like doctor's capitalized kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the A in the sentence of them speaking in the subtitles didn't have the A capitalized. So unless the subtitles were hiding it,
Would it be neutral either
but I
way to you? It
well, I
still
know the
conveys the same
clue.
thing.
No, no, I think they are different. Like if you had it like A period and then just Pope, if it's like oh, it just ends with A and Pope, like maybe that's how like conversations were back then, or it was cut off, or it's said by the Pope is by someone like that. Period could hold weight of difference when it's like no, it's a initial period Pope
Yeah, there's
name,
no period. There's no period in
but
the clue,
no,
and it
no, I'm just
appears
giving it
to
as an
be.
example of that versus
Yeah,
like capitalized not.
Yeah, you just don't want the clue to be too easy. That's, I guess, my
yeah,
point.
yeah. So to looking at the clue, there is no. I don't think there's any capital letters outside of like the start of the sentences. So I don't think the A would be capitalized. Um,
Okay, so it
and I
makes
don't
it
think there
harder.
would be a. Yeah, it would definitely make it harder.
Okay. Question I have is one I posed, I think, in Olympus Has Fallen. No, yeah, it was Olympus Has Fallen. If you guys saw this when it came out, would you have wanted or expected a follow up? Obviously, writer, you knew there were books, but maybe it's more tailored to Springs.
Um, would I have wanted it? Not necessarily. Would I expect one? I can see it definitely. Like this isn't like a cutoff. Like oh, that was it. Like Olympus Has Fallen, where I feel like that's a finished story. This seems like there's still stuff left to be explored.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, to answer your question, Crimson, I was wondering why the second book was made into a movie, not the first one.
Well, that's interesting because we covered Narnia, which is also out of order with the books, technically, right? Because you got
Well,
the
we skipped the first book,
nephews.
and then we
Yeah.
have the next three, and then we don't do the last two. But so the books were in order, but
Well, I mean, the movie
I
started
think
on the
there's
second
one,
book,
right?
so
yeah.
Yes.
it is
The
technically
Magician's
out of
Nephew
order.
is not taken, even though it's hinted at. But then the three movies were in line. I forget.
I believe so. I think Voyage of Dawn Treader is the fourth book.
Let's
Okay.
see. Oh no, so it's nephew, Lion Witch and Wardrobe, the horse and his boy, Prince Caspian, Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
Okay. I'm like,
So
there is one
there's one
missing.
in between Prince Caspian and the
Oh,
first one.
right. I forgot. The whole point of the Narnia trilogy was to the ones that focused most on the Pevensies, because I don't think The Boy and His Horse was a Pevensey story.
Hmm.
I think. It's been a long time since I read the Narnia books.
So yeah, two
But not that
trilogies
long
that are
since we
out of
saw the
order.
movies. Yeah. Phew,
You'd
at
be
least the
right.
Last Fallen trilogy was in order.
Yeah, good thing they had no
That's
source
true.
material.
Let's see. I will jump to um I think I'll jump to Ringarosa and the Vatican Council. I do like their back and forth to kind of illustrate how their perspective on the Priory, and also Ringrosa's like more obviously more Opus Dei approach to it being more a conservative sect. Um, but I like uh that the old priesties with they like there's that sense of camaraderie between them, like they are old friends. You get that at least to a degree, and
Yeah.
they talk over like the morality of what they're doing, and I always appreciate when you're in a position of like of moral authority, which is typically what people would normally ascribe to religion. I do appreciate the fact that they confront the morality of what they're doing and find a way to justify it within the conversation.
Okay. Hmm. It is nicely conticed.
Yeah. And I guess Sprig's another one of your points.
Uh, yeah. I guess one of the last ones I have earlier on I said like the kind of pacing the movie is a shock, 20 minutes talk, a shock, 20 minutes until the end. The just rushed to me of like here's three twists, like right at the end here, and then a low point, and that's it. So
Then
the pacing's different, but
what point?
like a lull, like okay, we're fine. Sophie, you get to do what you want to do. Oh, hang on, let me. I think I got this solved. I'm gonna kneel. That's it.
Okay. Calm
Like it's
after
not
the
like
storm type deal.
yeah. Robert doesn't like think, oh, I think I know where the sarcophagus is, and is like bolting and looking at the floor of like the rose line, and then like panicking. And he's like, I got it. I saw. No, he just follows the line. He gets there. He connects the dots to what he believes and kneels. So it is a calm end, how I see it. Even though onto the audience we were like, oh, okay, that is where it all is accurate, but Robert doesn't know that he believes it, which goes into the theme of the film of the faith. Um, but I just feel like twist, 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 just right at the end is too much, especially coming off of like Lee's a secret bad guy, and um, or I guess even more so like Silas and Remy work together. So Remy was a bad guy, but then Remy works for Lee, so Lee's a bad guy, and they're all bad guys there. Uh, and then Robert hid the note, even though maybe he knows the answer. I didn't care, but you don't know that until later with the note, and then that gives the answer, and then that the whole priory is like a whole group of people, and the grandma's there, and Sophie is the descendant with the bloodline, and it's just like a lot right at the end.
A lot of revelations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't find it paced badly necessarily, but I agree with you that there is a lot of revelations that take place at the end.
Yeah. If I'll say, I think it's written well, and like it
Yeah.
all connects to the previous foreshadowing and built up and everything else prior to the movie. I think it's written very well. I think though the pacing of the film is really
You
off.
think the ending is still rushed with all the twists being all at
Yes.
once. Yeah, the only real lull moment I can think of in all of that is when they're sitting around the table with the evidence. because that's the only time where something's not necessarily being revealed. But then after that scene, we go into the cryptex, and then we go to the Priory
Yeah.
location and stuff like that. So
For almost a 3-hour pushing movie, 3 twists in the last 20 minutes is a lot.
yeah, at least they're not grand recontextualizations. I think that would have been too much, but it is a lot to digest for the ending of a film.
Which I'm like, to some people who are, I don't feel like this is a turning off movie because they talk to you a lot about the history of everything. It's like, this is information you need to intake and keep. So when it gets to the end, it's like, sure, you could have solved it on your own or inferred things, but I don't see people necessarily getting to the end and being like, ooh, ah, wow, kind of thing. It's not too much of a mystery.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think there's enough clues to pretty much figure out the Sophie twist. Uh,
Yeah.
and I don't think Lee's twist is like, "Ooh, my gosh, that's going to stick with me till my deathbed," type twist.
I like
Yeah,
their
I agree.
executions. There's a lot of supporting to them, and I think that's why I like them. Because I think I've talked about this before. I hate when there's a twist for the sake of a twist, and it's not. Um, there's nothing necessarily supporting it. It's clearly them just doing it for the sake of having it. You know.
That's how I
So
find it
it's
a little bit with a priority being there.
yeah. The Priory doesn't feel as built up. Again, that goes into the world building thing I brought up earlier. It's like I wish I knew the Priory functioned because
Yeah.
this could make sense. It just doesn't within the
Also,
context of the film.
for the sake of that many people, they were within a certain radius to be there at that time.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. My suggestion of like maybe with all their leaders getting taken out, they all raced here as like a meeting location.
True, but then that still falls under coincidence that they arrive right when Robert and Sophie are here.
Yeah, well, and I don't think that's true anyway because it's implied that the guy who's working at the church is the one that called them all in.
Yes, but then it
So
goes into that: how many people did he call within this set amount of time, and why were they all so close to this church?
yeah, they all teleported here. Like I said, if I knew more about the workings of the Priory, they could have all had like different safe houses nearby to be here for Sophie's return or to help protect the documents that are there. There could be
Yeah,
multiple reasons. I got nothing. So they all teleported there as far as I'm concerned.
but hey, I'm so glad it's not Sophie being like, "Oh, I am a descendant," and all her ancestors are talking to her as like ghosts, and she's getting all this wisdom and knowledge on like what to do next. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Yeah.
I like that she's just I like well, I mean, this is focusing more on the human aspect of Jesus, so why would they change that for her, you know? The fact that she still has a very human reaction to everything that's going on, is a theme I quite like.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to squeeze in another jab.
That one went right over my head, I think. So
Oh,
Ow.
that was Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
It was Ryan Johnson.
Ray and all the ancestors talking to her.
Yeah, all the Force
The pep
ghosts, all the
talks.
voices.
oh yeah, I might have just blocked that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not Ryan Johnson, Crimson. I'm gonna correct you on that. That's JJ.
I
Oh,
didn't say that.
I said that.
Yeah,
Oops.
sorry,
That was JJ. You're
correct
right.
you, Spring.
That's
That is
JJ.
JJ.
It's 50-50.
It's still bad writing in that movie,
It's
so
it's true.
He just
It's true.
messes the whole time.
It's
Ah.
it's true. They both fucked up. I agree. Um,
it's really Disney's fault for laying out no plan. But that's a story for a
That
different day.
was.
it's almost like well, you have to remember JJ actually laid out a plan and then Ryan threw it out, so there was no plan by the time they reached the third movie.
Oh, damn it, writer. Uh, make the plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan.
Hey, Flash
Is that the quote?
reference.
Thank you.
Yes, that was
Oh,
you nailed it. On the subject of teleporting, uh, Silas absolutely teleports in to get Sophie at knife point when they're looking for the
oh,
tomb.
absolutely.
He was just
Yeah,
standing there menacingly, and then
So much room
he,
to get the, oh,
he just teleported in.
silently. Just.
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you think Remy should have faked like an injury, like coming in, or is
Eh,
it like at that point it's like, yeah, I'm a bad guy.
Yeah, at that point, he's the guy with the power. He has the gun. No one else does. He doesn't really need to fake anything.
Yeah, it's weird because this we're getting this POV from mostly Langdon in that scene. In the book, it's actually from Remy's POV because Robert threatens to drop
Interesting.
the cryptex because that's what the monk needs in to save Sophie's life. So Remy actually was under orders from the teacher, which is the twist of Ian McKellen. Remy's under orders to not reveal his face as a someone who works for the teacher to Robert or Sophie. So when he has to step in and show his face to help Silas get the cryptex, that feeds into why he needs to be killed later on in the book.
Robert and Sophie don't even know who the teacher is, right? They never
No,
hear that as a thing.
they never know the name. They don't know the reference. Nothing that's questioned upon them.
Yeah, but that's just in the book. That's just the teacher covering his tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Here, it's just kind of T-being like leading the police to a different location, away
Yeah,
from. Well, actually,
it's storybook
he's
plot.
he's re- yeah he's reporting Silas and Aringarosa um, to the police. Like I said, the two fugitives are hiding in an Opus Dei house, so he's uses the death of Remy to kind of implicate Silas and Aringarosa.
Okay.
Uh, uh, is there any other final notes, gentlemen, or can we go into summaries and ratings?
I am out.
Yeah, I got a little short one. I
I have
personally,
I have two, so you're going next. Crimson.
I personally was not a fan of
I said you're
the.
going next. What am I blind? What's
Oh,
Oh, next as in
yeah,
now is what I
actually, it
read
would be
that as.
Tiff in this situation.
Go ahead.
you're going after me.
You
uh,
can say next after me. But okay.
yeah, there we go. I said it this time.
You're being
So
postcarded.
yeah, you are. I'm gonna go with the one I can remember now because you made me lose track. The ending of Robert finding the tomb or having faith in finding the tomb is not in the book.
Oh,
That is a movie only sequence, and I do think it's a better ending for the film.
I do like that end.
He kind of like matches a prophecy because it's what was it? He kneels as a knight before the sarcophagus,
Yeah,
which
you kneel as a
what
knight
he
for
does, but
yeah,
Yeah, and that's
yeah,
what Lee was screaming out. When you find her, kneel.
yeah,
yeah, but
for the sake of all
that
those who are and everything else. Yeah,
okay. It just comes across as like a prophecy. Then it's like, what if he doesn't? He chooses not to.
yeah. I
Well, it's
mean
more of
that
a
goes into
respect
like
thing than a
it
requirement.
works for the book, it would not work for the film. And this kind of goes into the our discussion of the Shawshank Redemption ending and how the book ending is different from the film ending. Where
Yeah,
the book ending is, obviously we don't see them meet up again. He doesn't meet up with it's Dufresne, Andy Dufresne, right?
yeah. Andy Dufresne in Red. Yeah,
Yeah, Red doesn't meet up with Andy Dufresne at the end of the book, but the book ends where Red is going to see Andy Dufresne, so we don't see with their reunion. It kind of reminds me a little bit of that. I think this ending works better for the film, and I would say the same for Shawshank. That ending works better for the film.
yes, it's a payoff to the character you've been with the entirety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Crimson. Now
Oh,
you're up.
now I'm up. Okay. Not a big fan of the blood scene and with the cutting while shaving. I just find it a bit cheesy. Oh, the red line from the blood in the sink. The rose line. Oh my gosh. It just seemed
Did
very childish.
did he get healed?
Um,
Like magic healed? Like it seemed like a good amount of blood on his cheek, and then when it goes back, it's like nothing. Like no scab, no mark.
I
I
didn't really
couldn't tell
pay
if that was
attention.
like Sophie, like by what she has like healing powers or something.
I don't
Or
think
that was
it.
just a continuity error.
I don't think it's the Green Mile where she accidentally gave him immortality or something.
Okay, it just seemed like that cut for how large it was to get the blood to do that shot in the sink just disappeared.
Possibly. I don't really recall what his face looked like. post that scene. But I just found it as cheesy. Like, that's what happened.
It's very much a movie moment that like my scene is kind of adjacent to this. It's very much a movie moment that we have to see Robert Langdon with an eidetic memory. We know he has one. Go to his book to open up a map that he put in there.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That is purely for
Oh,
It's a
the
very
audience to know what he's thinking.
yeah. It's a movie moment. I
yeah.
have a yeah. I'm sorry, Springs.
No, just agreeing. Like that is simply there just so the audience can get the detail of, oh, that is what he's thinking.
Yeah. Um, my my real final point though is more of a question. How did the hook of this movie work for you?
What would you consider the hook?
Define the hook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hook is the murder, I would say. The hook is the murder being intercut with Robert Langdon's lecture.
I think it's a good hook. It's intrigue into a murder mystery.
And you, Crimson?
Um, it's an okay hook. I don't think it's anything too crazy. Does its job, I suppose.
Okay. I I think it's a subjective thing for me. I think the hook fell flat for me.
Huh.
Yeah. Speaking objectively for the film, I was waiting for something to draw me in to sympathize with Robert as the main character. And I don't have any issues with how Robert's written as a objectively as a many issues as I don't have many issues with how Robert was written objectively as a character here. But a thing for me that I typically like to enjoy with films is I need something for the protagonist to give me to kind of latch onto. Um, and I don't think I really got that in this film very much from Robert because Robert's very much on a whirlwind thriller. Um, but that's I guess my personal take on it. So I was curious to see how you guys felt. So I don't think the hook worked as well for me as I would have liked with regards to Robert.
Okay. I mean, for historian buff, not even buff, just a historian hook, it's not as good as Book of Secrets.
That's National Treasure 2, right? Or if you're not familiar.
I remember.
Just,
It's the show
just,
that I
conne-
skipped, Crimson.
The Cipher.
just, lucky you. Just a connection of starting off with a murder.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do like Book of Secrets more as a hook.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I do love Robert's lecture, but again, that's more of my meta knowledge going into it rather than like me enjoying the character themselves.
Yeah, his lecture is just given off of himself, an
Yeah,
explanation of his own character.
It
yeah,
was a
and
good
I think
lecture,
from
except for
it
the
is a good
people that
lecture.
thought Poseidon's trident looked like the devil's trident, but
The
looks
Devil's Pitchfork.
doesn't look anything
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. It is a good lecture. But yeah, okay. There are other things I could say, but I'm pretty much covered all the main points. So I can save, since we're going to be following Robert Langdon theoretically into the next film. Who knows? Um, I could talk more about it then.
All right.
Um,
Okie doke.
and I guess with that, gentlemen, we shall move into summaries and ratings. Um, and we shall start with you, Springs.
Oh boy, let me start with my objective. I think this movie is actually pretty well darn made. I think not only the casting, I think that it's a wonderfully casted film, but the acting of all the cast I think is wonderfully done. I don't think anyone does a bad job at their acting. I think they all pretty much nail it. Um, I think the editing is fine for this extended version, but the pacing is off and feels clunky, very segmented. Um, I don't think a movie needs transitions. This movie didn't really have any, and that's fine. That would be onto the editing, but it's not really a. It's something that kind of like bumps it to make it cooler in the craft of the film, but it's not taking away that it doesn't have any. Just in case. The customer design's fine of the time. Technology of the time, the phone, the using the internet on the phone really shows technology in this world of like, okay, we can find things on the go, and that gives a little more injury to the lack of cameras about. Um, where in this time frame there would be, but I have that as like low, I guess, on the world building of it all. The color palette, it's very dark movie. I don't think it needs to be such a dark movie, but at least it's consistent with sticking throughout the whole movie. So its lighting is very shady. Um, Cinematography is fine. My big cinematography thing I did not like at all was, or I think was not needed, was the camera moving on the conversation in the plane. I think single shots of back and forth or long shots of showing Lee hearing or Remy hearing in or Silas like look something like that stationary would have been a lot more emotionally connected versus the shakiness to implement that of a plane. Um, the puzzles and clues are all written, I think, fine. I always forget something, but I think overall 7.5. Oh, the CG, the CGI, the green screen. There's a couple instances where it's like, but the CGI, I really like the like showing the cryptics, like the inner mechanism of like how it would work, of the vinegar on the scroll, of like how it would die and everything. I think that looked really good. Uh, so yeah, 7.5. Subjectively, I'm sorry, the 20-minute exposition stuff is slow. It's almost to the point. It's like a minute, like a ticker, close to just being boring. Um, it is very informative. It's very not necessarily 100% historically accurate, but it is like, okay, this is all the connection to explain onto the audience who doesn't know this information how to catch up to all the connection going on with the story of the bishop and Silas and Lee's connection to the Holy Grail and the grandfather's murder and why he did what he did and the priory, like all like everything explained is to aid into the explanation of all those story beats, so it's not like something feels lost or overlooked, even though we've touched on a couple things in this movie are overlooked. Um, but I was thinking like 5.5, but then at the end of this, I just went, I guess I understand why I haven't seen this movie since one time, even though this is the extended version. Um, I just went, this is it's fine. It's not a boring movie, but it's a very slow movie and the action parts feel like it feels like the opposite of something of like an action movie where it's like you have the action bits going on and then you have the slow part like the breather room. This feels like the opposite in pacing where it's like the talking explanation parts are that bit of like all the knowledge and everything and the action is the breather from that. And I don't think it's executed as well as it could have been pretty much. I feel like when it comes to a movie like this, and the two examples I'm about to give are things I saw a long time ago, but it just seemed similar, where the themes and the story and the characters are all very interesting, but what they're doing on screen to captivate you is slow and boring. Is my examples of The Bourne Identity. I feel like that movie does it, where you got some action bits and then a lot of talking and explanation of what's going on, happening, catching the audience on. And my other example is The Walking Dead season 2, where there's things going on, but you got this whole just talking farm bit of just everyone just talking, and yeah, you want to see zombies, and you get a little bit of action here and there, but then talking. So that's just to me this film. Um, if you think I'm one who doesn't like talking, go listen to 12 Angry Men. That movie's nothing but talking, and it's wonderful. Uh, but yeah, I am setting this at a 5.
Yeah, I mean, as uh, your friend Springs, I admit I did not think this was going to be your kind of movie when I picked it, but I still wanted to get your interpretation on it. All the
Yes,
same.
I prefer National Treasure. I find them very similar movies, but I do like that one more.
Based off
Yeah,
what
National
you
Treasure.
said, Sprinks, I think you're gonna like the next one more.
Oh, cool.
I am in agreement with Crimson on that one. I think you're going to enjoy the next one more. And speaking of Crimson, you're up next, buddy.
All right. So for me, I will start with my subjective. I haven't seen this in a while, and I kind of have more fond memories of the second movie. Uh, I'm older now than I was before when I saw this. And usually with smarter movies like this, that raises it for me, but it kind of did go down. This used to be like a 7 range for me, but I'm at a 6.5 now. And I think it's mostly cuz the characters, they're not, I mean, they're intriguing in a way, but they're kind of just flat to me. It's kind of hard to. I feel like Lee is the most interesting. He's complex. He is the villain, and it's an interesting motivation of like taking down the church just by revealing the truth. It's not something, at least I see all that often in media. It's not your standard greed or revenge of motivation. It's kind of unique in that respect, at least to my experience. But Robert, he's kind of boring. He knows some stuff. He doesn't have a lot of charisma. I think that's what's missing with Robert is charisma. And Sophie, she's also kind of missing a certain level of charisma, but I do find her more entertaining than Robert. Um, and the overall mystery, it's good for the first time, but once you've seen it, I think it does kind of diminish it going forward. I'll go with my objective. I think visually it is a dark film, but it fits the film, so I think that's all right. I think the acting's all solid. The visual effects for 2006, I think, are totally acceptable. I don't think they're below par, or exceptional, but they're just in line. The the Louvre, we talked about that there was on scene filming and sets. They did a good job because I can't tell which is which. So thumbs up on, I guess, the set design, prop masters, and all the crew involved with recreating the Louvre. The symbology through this, because I don't usually talk about that stuff. Mostly, it's referring to the chalice and the spear that pops up every now and again. I like at the church at the end, you kind of get like a highlight of the star. You're like, oh, it's both of them together. Little hand holdy, but I do kind of appreciate it. Um, the it's weird that
There was ever a movie to talk about symbolism, right? It
yeah,
would be from
exactly.
Robert.
Um, if they're It's crazy to me that I think the most damaged character in this is the banker guy. Uh, I don't understand his motivation of pulling a gun on him and robbing them of the cryptex. Maybe in the book it's good. In the movie, it's not really realized. I don't know how he got to the hospital in a timely manner. I don't know why he would have contacted the police or the police would have been alerted to him, which kind of forces the whole plot at the police and Silas getting to the estate. Big plot motivator. I think Lee is a little inconsistent with himself, mostly with um, was it Remy? Is that what his name was? The butler.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think they did a good job justifying why to kill him in this. And um, let's see. Apart from that, Silas, he's pretty consistent throughout. I do think they did a better job in the extended cut with him establishing his backstory and incorporating it. A little bit more of his regret towards killing the nun would be nice because that does seem absent and something he would kind of care about to some degree. So overall, I think the biggest negative to this is the characters and their consistency. I think they did a great job on the plot connecting religious history, and concocting this what if scenario of Mary and a Jesus bloodline and the society hunting down the heirs. I think they did a great job incorporating that. And I agree with Sprinks that the pacing of the exposition scenes and the more action scenes are a little too clunky. So I'm at a 7.5 as well, matching Sprinks. Funny enough.
Wowzers.
Mhm. All right. I will do um Maybe I'll do adaptation first. Uh, I'll do adaptation first.
Interjection, real quick,
So
since we haven't done this. For the audience, adaptation score is not going to be added to the average group score for the
yes,
movie.
this is purely for
So,
me because I've read the books that these are based off of.
'cause I don't want to
Um,
skew the stats on another point. So there you go.
Essentially, somewhat what I did with Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
there will not be any. Yeah, and these will not be obviously an addition to every movie that covers a book going forward. But since these happen to be books I've read,
and you just read it
I will be
recently.
adding
So.
on I will be adding on an adaptation rating for the next couple movies for finishing out this trilogy, essentially.
Okay.
Um, so the in terms of adaptation, I do think that the film, at least the extended version, manages to capture a lot of what the book did in a very good way. I would say the parts that were not accurate to the book, uh, the banker scene, as Crimson brought up, that's pretty much fixed in the book. We get POV chapters from that character multiple times. We also get a POV chapter for Jack Sonnier at the very beginning. One of the things that's missing from the beginning is that Silas knows that uh all got the lie from the other three Senesho and getting the same lie from the Grandmaster, and he reveals to the Grandmaster like just what the others says is kind of what Silas says, implying that he tells Jack Sonnier that he killed the others, which is why Jack Sonnier goes through all the effort of laying, you know, of desecrating himself and some of the artworks in order to try and get the point across to him, to 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 Sophie and Robert, that someone that they need they just trusting them with the secret. Um, Other things that are on the weaker side, I would say, hmm, we skipped the library sequence. It's not really needed. They handled it pretty well in the film. They get all the major beats though the of the plot. We skip a couple puzzles. Um, so I do think overall, adaptation wise, it's a solid adaptation. It is missing a few key things that I think would have helped the film, but it's hard to get those aspects out in the film without adding in like explicit like character narration. Because one of the reasons why Robert Langdon to me is not a flat character in the books is because Robert has a self deprecating humor, sense of humor towards himself a little bit in the books, where he kind of pokes fun at himself, where he's like, what the hell are you doing, Robert? Why are you doing this? Um, and that's very much missing from the film, but it's hard to incorporate that because that's an internal like thought. So the best we can get is Tom Hanks trying to act that out. I need a cough. Give me a sec. And so Rob, that's kind of the stuff that's missing. I think overall, I do think it's still a solid adaptation. They did streamline a few things, I think, for the better to try and, as you say, the pacing is clunky. I do think the streamlined things make it better than what it could have been because the book is much slower than the film. Um, in terms of like at least the audiobook format. So I'm gonna give this adaptation of 7. It's not like the worst adaptation in the world, but it gets all the important bits across that needs to be done. So it's a very passable adaptation. Objectively, I would say that the biggest world building issue for me is still probably the Priory of Scion. I don't know how that the secrecy operates, given that something that kind of undercuts one of the endings for the film. Given that there's this whole clan kind of waiting there, and I have no idea why they're there. Um, Within the context of the film, there's all we have is Spring said is the titles of the Seneshu, the three Seneshu, and the Grand Master. But there's not necessarily anything to add layers of depth to the Priory that would be important world building wise. They stretch some of the history, as I brought up earlier. That's fine because I think it works for the dramatization of the film. But it should be known that it's there. Uh, there. Let's see. The only other aspect that I think is probably missing world building wise is the cameras in the Louvre and other little things like that help push the plot in a particular direction, but none of them are super egregious beyond that. Um, I think the plot, as far as the murder mystery thriller, is really good. There's plot armor involved for characters. I do think that Robert survives a couple things he shouldn't have. Um, there's a an instance of divine intervention with a dove, which is kind of funny. Um, but obviously, you can read whatever symbolism you want to that. But however it is here, I'm going to just give it as plot armor because uh, plot armor. There's instances of teleporting as well for characters. The being the Priory shows up, Silas teleporting into the tomb when they're searching for tombstones, and um, so yeah, there's a couple nicks for the plot as well. Um, Characters, um, I pretty much agree with most of what Crimson has said. I do think there's a couple nicks in Teabing as for consistency. Um, Silas is missing also a few bits as well, considering how much the extended version does expand on his character. I do think he would be feel remorseful for killing a nun, even if he views the nun as a traitor. Um, I think Robert is in character. I don't really have anything that he does that's necessarily out of character. Sophie, I think, is very, very. I don't want to say she's the emotional core of the film, but she has more investment in what's going on because it's her family that's been killed at the beginning of the film. Um, so she serves as more of an emotional attachment to the film um, than I think the other characters do. All in all, funny you guys have been bouncing between you're at 7.5 uh, for objectivity. I've been bouncing between that and 8. I think I'm with you guys. I'm at a 7.5 objectively.
Fancy that.
Yeah. Subjectively, I love art history. I love history. I've always had a soft spot for this movie. For me, Ian McKellen's acting alone like elevated it on a rewatch this time from where it was at a solid 7.5. I'm at an 8. I Because I'm older now, I think I really much just enjoyed the acting from the characters. But my issues as to why it's not like above uh, an 8 is I think the same issues that you had, Crimson, which is like there's not a lot of charisma coming off of Robert Langdon's character.
All right.
And
Another Tom Hanks in the bag.
another one in the bag, gentlemen.
2 more on the horizon.
Yeah, 2 more on the horizon. Uh, if that's everything, gentlemen, shall I read us out, or do you have any final thoughts?
Curious to see where this is going to go. The hint that I might like the next one more.
Yeah.
I am curious to see if they're going to even reference anything that happens in the Da Vinci Code because I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
feel
another
like
thing
they
before we stray too far, one of the things is that the why Ringarosa is able to push the Vatican Council into giving over bonds into his position is because of what happens in the next film. The stuff that happens in the next film, since since that book comes first, the actions of that book feed directly into why the council bends the knee to Ringarosa and pays him, essentially.
If it was the Vatican Council
Yes,
in this movie.
if it was the Vatican Council in this movie, yes. So I'm curious to see how that's going to play into for the next one.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen and audience. Thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Goodpods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And even to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube, Rumble, or freaking Spotify. Thank you for watching our PNGTuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a geeky writer,
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
and we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.